Yo, big up yourselves. I you mean, big up Louis, first person and all that. You know how the thing set. Got me. Done know. Happy Sunday. Yeah, give me that. Yeah. Happy Sunday, people. We don't know how the thing goes. Get me? Yeah. Big up the G Block members, brothers and sisters out there. How you mean? Mad love to you all. Big up yourselves. I'm gonna be out here chopping it up for a couple hours. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to take up all your Sunday. Plus, my brother's probably getting on later, and I want to catch that little stream there. You get me? You mean G Block? But yeah, big up yourselves. We'll wait for a few more to jump in and see you. We'll chop it up. A few more to jump in. Get me? But yeah, what's going on out here? I'm gonna be keeping my eyes on the Villa match as well, obviously, because you know I'm a Villa fan and all that. So yeah, my eyes will be peeled on that as well. You see me? But yeah, man, big up yourselves. Big up yourselves, man. What you mean? Just waiting on a few to jump in. Gonna have a few surprises for you today. Get me? A few old newbies coming back in and all that to say what go on. Get me? Yeah, man. Where you lot at, man? Come on, where y'all at? Jump on the thing. You get me? Let you know you're there. Topic of the day. What topics, what subjects, what classes would we like to see in mainstream schooling? You know what I'm saying? It could be anything, people. Anything that you feel could benefit the future generations. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. When you're ready, jump on, people. What are you saying, Louis? What topics would you like to see yourself on the old curriculum? Come on. Come on. Big Sunday and all that. Check out the kickoff and all that as well. I mean, it's Villa time. Don't worry though, I'm not gonna give you the running update of it all. But yeah, I will be yeah, I mean, I will be like shouting when we score and all that. It's a hard game though, we're playing Leicester, so yeah, we'll see what I want with that one. But I'm not gonna bore you lot with football because we can't chop it about serious things. You get me? But yeah, man. Come on, my people. Just find this little thing here quickly. Come on. I mean, clocking into my little Villa thing. You get me? Make sure I don't miss the match while I'm here chopping out with y'all. You see me? Big things are going on. We say, well, Arsenal playing Man City as well. That's a slap up for Arsenal, boy. Slap up for Arsenal. Boy, feel sorry for Ultra, man. It's going to be crying this evening. It's probably going to be a 6-1 and all that. You heard it here first. Get me? Yeah. Say the game kick off, everything. Mad. Yeah, man. Come on, my people. We're just gonna sit and wait for a few people to jump in, jump on. Get this thing cracking. Leicester are trying a thing, you know. They're idiots. They're gonna end up getting slapped away. Jokers. But yeah, man. Come on. Mad. Come on. Drop a little comment in the chat, people. Let me know you're here. Big up yourselves. Happy Sunday and all that. Let's get this thing popping. Don't know, it might come in like people want to see some drama. So I might have to invite some mud people on. Get me? Nah, I'm joking. I ain't putting none of that on there. Try not to anyway. But yeah. Let me know what you want to see as well, guys. Yeah, obviously there's plenty of debates that need to be had, right? That people want to be having, right? And people don't want to go onto other people's channels, right? So here we got one, right? Slap bang in the middle. There should be no excuses. Feel me? But yeah, we'll see in it. We'll see. So what are you saying, people? Talk to me. What are you saying? What subjects would you like to see taught in our mainstream schools? Yeah, like that could be anything, whether it be things that you don't know of, or things that you don't see in schooling today, or things that used to be there and it's no longer really there that much. Do you get what I'm saying? Um, Maybe some of the things that you see in some of the private schools and things like that, you might want to be thinking about those kind of things. And maybe just things to do with just general life, right? There's lots of things that a lot of us as people tend to be going through, and it's just like we learn on the spot, right? We just literally get on with it and learn as we go. Sometimes you might have someone that can give you the advice in what you want to go into, but for the most part, a lot of people find that they just, in some, for want of a better word, winging it. You get me? I found that. So yeah, for me, I'm saying, yo, how are we gonna improve those situations, or how could we potentially improve those situations within our future generations in terms of coming up and being able to go to do the things that we had to learn on the spot. And it's all good saying we should teach at home, but again, like that's relying on people and on everyone knowing to be able to teach at home, right? So why is it that these things are not in mainstream schooling? So yeah, and there's plenty of different subjects out there that you can look at and say could potentially be taught in schools. You get me? Yes, man. Big up yourself, Lou. I mean, big up yourself. Thanks for the subscription as well. Done know. Happy Sunday as well. Get me? Yeah. Look at these things there. Like me, for example, I'd like to see more around healthy living, right? And how to have a good diet and maintain yourself, teach people about calories and things like that, and different types of diets. Not so much diets, but how to eat right, and nutrition and stuff like that. And how to fuel your body, things like that. And to teach people about postural elements and stuff that they need, that will help them later in life, right? There's a lot of things that I guess people don't know, and they again, it's a matter of winging it, right? We just get through and our body will find a way to do things. And that's not necessarily the best thing, right? We're not all, as a working nation, in the best of health. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, there's ways to kind of potentially teach people to be fitter and healthier, and teach them about postural strength and stuff like that. So yeah, that's one element for me that I'd like to see taught, as well as the everyday things like tax and how to do stuff like that, tax and ways that in which you may be able to set up your own business and get yourself out there, so you don't have to always go and work for a big organization or a big company. Like, it's important for me that the youth know how to be able to work for themselves also, right, and set up their own businesses, sort out their own taxes and stuff like that. And yeah, these are things I believe should be in some element taught throughout the school system, the education system, from a certain age. You get me? Yeah, man. Big up educated, big up Kane. I mean, man. Love to you all, bro. Come on, man. Done know the thing. You know how we go. G Block. Get me? Jump on, Kane, when you're ready. Educated. Done know. Feel free to jump on. I mean, it's all love out here. Come on. It's G Block. But yeah, you see the topic, guys. You know what I'm saying? Come in, jump in, put your little well, not little, but yeah, put your point of view across. Have your say. No idea is a bad idea. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the whole point of brainstorming. Do you get what I'm saying? So someone might say something we laugh at, but it's all an idea, right? We can literally work it out whether it's good or bad, and the benefits and the negative aspects of it, and so on and so forth. So we can literally you know, chop it up in that sense. So again, there's no bad ideas. Do you get me? It's all love, man. You know what I'm saying? It's about moving forward, progressing, trying to see how we can get better. If we're looking at these things, for example, that we'd like to see taught in the mainstream education system, then you can start to look at maybe is it something that we can go and learn ourselves to be able to incorporate that teaching at home, right? So we can get a full understanding on stuff. Yeah, and that kind of stuff. Yeah, man, Kane, I'm here, man. I'm here. We're gonna go for about 2-3 hours. Yeah, I don't want again. I said earlier, I don't want to take up people's Sunday. Plus, my brother's probably be going live in a bit, so I want to make sure that you get me. I got some time and some energy to put onto the block. You get me? Because we got to be out on the block and all that. You get what I'm saying? But yeah. So again, like I was saying, just looking at things that whatever we throw out here and say we'd like to see taught, even if it's things you don't know, that's not a problem, because we can actually look at ourselves, and if we're into improving ourselves and developing, there's things that we can sit down and learn, right? There's the internet's there, the amount of things I've learned, even I'm not even talking about people, the amount of things I've learned myself, just going on YouTube and things like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, they need to be teaching more trade along with science, engineering, agriculture, and a few more. Yeah, and you know what, agriculture is a big one, right? And the worst thing is, where I am out in the country, certain little colleges and schools have those little things, right? So, but it's crazy that it's not more it's not more widespread throughout the school system, right? Because being able to look after yourself and maintain yourself, and basically make your own food and grow your own food and stuff, right? It's an essential skill at the end of the day, in my opinion. I grew up watching with my granddad and going into the garden with him and going to his allotment, and he's digging up potatoes and all different kinds of fruit and vegetables and stuff, because he believed in having a sustained life, right, where he could grow his own food, and he was old school in that sense. And I think these are skills that we've lost as a people throughout the years. Like, how many young people do we know that have allotments that want to sit and grow stuff? Do you know what I'm saying? And this is the thing, right? I literally was speaking about someone that I know. Yeah, I wouldn't class him as a friend of mine, but someone that I know that went through most of his life unable to read, etc., and he's now got his business. And his philosophy, and the thing that he said that hit home, was him saying that if you sit at home and can grow weed, and you got a talent to grow weed, why can't you take that business and grow food? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, the skill that you have to grow weed, why can you not take that skill to grow food? And look at that as a business, right? So And that's the thing about it. Like, many people have skills, even the people that feel like they have no skills have skills, right? Or a skill. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's important that we enable people to fulfill their potential, right? And not just build um cities and nations of drones that just do what they're told, right? We want to have entrepreneurs, we want to have people that can think outside the box, we want people that to bring and build new things and new ideas and be innovated, right? Or innovative, sorry. All right, that's the kind of things we want. We don't want to be having people that are just drones going to work for the man and putting money in the man's pocket for a wage and thinking that we're actually free. Don't get me wrong, if you have a good job and stuff, that's great, right? But I'm sure most people would say, even though they have a great job, they'd rather have it be their own, right? And if they could do it and know that they could do it successfully, most people would probably choose to do that. Um, and so, yeah, I think that's probably, but people feel like they're stuck in a rut, or feel like it's a big leap, right? And people are afraid. And most of the reason that people are afraid of things is because they don't know what's there, right? Um, and so, yeah, who's guesting me? Big up yourself. He says the whole education system needs an overhaul. It's archaic, which is true. I agree with you. We need to be teaching more about finances, taxes, businesses, mortgages, etc., and life skills like cooking, nutrition, exercise. Exactly. Totally with you on that one. I'm all for the nutrition, life skills, finances, taxes, etc. I'm all for us learning that. I think the only question that I'd say somebody could put in, I wouldn't say as a resistance. I don't think anybody should be having resistance to something like that. But I think people will probably say, at what point do you incorporate it into the curriculum? So at what age do we start to teach the children some of these things? Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, yeah, man, big up yourself, my brother. Very big up yourself. Special specs, big up yourself as well. Preservation class. Um, what do you want to preserve? Elaborate on that for me, please. Um, just for the just for the conversation's sake, as opposed to me trying to not understand what you're saying, just for conversation's sake, and have to chop it up and get exactly, each aspect of what each thing we'd like to learn. Do you get what I'm saying? So we can understand what they entail, um at what ages we could start to teach, what ages we could start to even start what they call sowing the seeds. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there's as we all know, there's a time for everything to be teaching the youth, right? So we have to also, whilst we're thinking about these subjects and what we'd like them to learn and stuff like that, we'd also have to think about when is the best time to be able to get the best out of them learning these specific subjects and stuff. You see me? But yeah, big up yourself in the chat. You mean, man, like Mr. G Block in the building, How you mean? Man, like Valley Vision on G Block. Come on. But yeah, let me know, people. Some other questions we got, yeah, that we're gonna put out there as well. Yeah, what subjects? And guest me obviously touched on it a minute ago when you said about the system being archaic, and one of the other questions I had was, what subjects do we think could be shaken up, changed to be more modern, or just plain and simple got rid of? Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, that kind of stuff. We want to be looking at everything, innit? We're looking at the whole education system, and we're looking at whether or not it is relevant to our lives that we're going to be living, or not me, obviously, 'cause I'm a grown man, but for the future generations. Is what they learn in mainstream schools relevant to what's going to be ahead of them in their lives? Do you get what I'm saying? But yeah, 1 second, people. Got a little phone call. Yes, bro. Sorry, peeps. Yeah, my brother called me. My brother called me if you're waffles. You get me? I tell him, nah, man, I'm busy right now. And he still want waffle as well, even after I told him I'm busy. That's people for you, man. But it's so good though, it's my brother in it. You get me? So good though, it's my brother. Saying nothing. But yeah. So again, what we're talking about is how do we another question other questions is how we instilling the right mindset in our children about learning that are not that seemingly not interested and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like all these things we gotta start looking at and thinking about how we can do it better, right? For these future generations. Because at the minute, I believe what they're being taught isn't necessarily going to be relevant for them in their future lives. And I think the things that people are focusing on, or what is focused on in schools, is not necessarily gonna help people going forward. So yeah, those are the kinds of questions. Do you know what I'm saying? Oi, listen, Glass Moon, big up yourself. I ain't even indulging. I'm not even indulging. Yeah. It's Sunday, it's the last day. You got me? But yeah, big up yourselves. Um other questions. Yeah, that was one of the questions I had in there actually. What do we actually learn in schools that we bring forward into our everyday lives, right? And yes, we use maths every day, but how much of maths that we learn of the maths we learn in school do we actually use and implement in our lives? Unless you're going into a field that requires you to learn specific elements. Same with sciences and stuff like that. Do you know what I'm saying? And I know obviously some of them are a foundation, right? So we can't. Again, that's something that we can discuss, right? Which of these things are out there in the mainstream schooling that are actually needed there to be there for a foundation. Do you know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, Spec says would be nice to be able to compare private school curriculum to public school. Yeah, definitely. I train a young man, and he's learning politics. Right, he's in sixth form and he's learning politics and certain other things. And I'm quite impressed. Right, I speak to him and he speaks very well, etc. He's very eloquent and he comes across very well. Do you know what I'm saying? And that shows in the atmosphere, right? That's testament to the atmosphere that he's in, right? In my opinion, okay. And also, obviously, his parents are gonna have a big part of that, but um, mainly his environment, right? His environment is one that he thrives in that environment, which is also good. Another positive. He's not um underperforming, right? He's expected very high grades, etc. And so I'd say yeah, it'd be interesting to see the curriculum. So what I'm gonna do whilst I'm waffling, I'm gonna literally just look up um, private school curriculum. Everyone want to phone me today, you know. Everybody want to phone me today, and this is work. Okay, all right. Let me get into it. Let me get into it. Let me get into it. Hmm. So some of the subjects that they put in there are obviously Latin, classics, Mandarin, interesting, philosophy, um, environmental science, history of art, economics. Economics. Crazy, right? Do you know what I'm saying? And then they got flexible qualifications. So they have a mix of qualifications, whether that be SQAs, A levels, or the international baccalaureate. Sorry. Of course, there are pros and cons for each qualification type, but the flexibility provides your child with a greater choice and the best possible foundation for future study. Then they have independent classes. Independent schools have smaller classes. And the other aspect of it is look at the extracurricular activities that they have: equestrian, sailing, skiing, snowboarding, fencing, football, opera, pipe bands. We're not in a pipe playing, musicals. Duke of Edinburgh Award was open back in the day, to be fair to a lot of schools. Outdoor education and young enterprise. I don't know what that is, but that's just off the back of that's on the page of the Scottish Independent Council for Schools. So that's in Scotland, right? Let me see if I can get one up for a English school. Let's check. I'll go to that one as well. We got a prep school curriculum as well. So we'll have a look at that as well to see how they the Herodians. Right, we'll have a look. We'll have a look. See what they're learning. So in prep school, so it's pretty much the same in prep school. Every subject. End of year. But so after, among other achievements, most 5 and 6-year-olds should, by the end of year one, be delighting their parents' dinner party guests with their ability to count up and down in tens, spell words like brush and crunch, and follow instructions accurately. Although evidence suggests that bedtime now can take years to perfect. Ain't that the truth? But so seemingly in prep schools, they don't. Oh wait, there. Oh no. In some of them, they're obviously hitting things like French, music, science. There's one for gardening. There's sports. So from prep school, they're actually pushing some things. There's some other suggestions of rifling, etc. But yeah, there's quite a few. And then the Herodian school. Let's have a look at their curriculum. So they're looking at biology, business, chemistry, classical civilization, computing, drama and theatre studies, economics, English, French, geography, graphic design, history of art, Italian, Latin, mathematics and further mathematics, media studies, music, photography, physical education, physics, politics, psychology, religious studies and philosophy, Spanish, sport. Like literally just wheeling off a bag of things, yeah, that's designed for you to run the country. Literally a bag of things designed for you to run things. Do you know what I'm saying? For you to be a boss. But yeah. And this is what we're talking about, right? All these subjects are there for a paid. And don't get me wrong, I understand that people would say that the teachers are of a higher quality and so deserve higher pay, and that's why these schools are private and stuff like that, and they're because of the quality of education. But what out of them can we take and touch upon, right? So why can we not have a basic foundation level economics? Do you get what I'm saying? Why can we not do that kind of stuff instead of sticking to things like that seemingly don't help us move forward in our lives in the future? Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, big up yourself, Amina. Big up yourself. Welcome as well. Who was that? Someone just tried to ring me. Yeah, someone's. So I got a comment anyway in privately. It says the difference between state and private curriculum is structured around class. You create workers, i.e., working class state school education, and private schools create those who will participate in participate in controlling society and maintaining the status quo. And again, that is literally what you see, right, in the schools, right? One's set to breed leaders, and the other is structured to breed workers, right? And in my opinion, some of the things that we fight and we kick up a fuss over and we go back and forth with each other about, because we've all got different beliefs and stance on different subjects and different things. But this is one that I believe that, like, all working class people that want the best for their children should be discussing, right, and chopping it up about, because this is about your children's future, right? Do you want them to continuously be led? Do you know what I mean? Do you want them to continuously be led? Do you want them to always be seen as just a worker, right? Why can they not build and create generational wealth? But the way to do that is by setting up the foundation, right? And the foundation at the minute is seemingly not I say not working, but it's not for everyone. It doesn't work for everyone. Do you know what I'm saying? And then the other aspect is the amount of people that come out of even universities and things like that and struggle to get jobs. And some of the reasons they struggle, like some of the things I've heard people be told, is that they're overqualified. Do you know what I mean? Like, to go for jobs. It's crazy, right? So it again, that just goes to show, right? What you go to university to go and study, and you pay how much, and you end up in debt, only to be come out and told that actually you've got too much qualifications for the job you go for, because at the time you may be just wanting to get into work, right, and use your skills that you've just found. And then you've got the other aspect where people might want experience. Do you know what I'm saying? So how do we create a education system in which the children not only get, or the young people not only get experience, but they get a full understanding of life, and they get a full education that's going to suit them and actually benefit them going forwards in life, to become young entrepreneurs and to build generational wealth and the rest of it, right? Because I'm sure that's what we all want as parents, in that sense. Is the best for our youngsters, right? And to put them on the to give them the best footing, right? And the only way we're going to give them the best footing is if we challenge the powers that be to enable that. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're fighting for equality in all different ways, fighting for equality, and there's been a fight for equality in all different ways. But one of the fights for equality we've never had is equality of the education system, right? That's what we should be fighting for equality for our youths, to be able to learn and not just be workers, in my opinion, my humble opinion. Some of you might not agree. Some of you might think other things are more important, but for me, that's equally as important as some of the things that people want to fight for and get their knickers in a twist over. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, see. So Joy says home education is more important than ever, and I mean real education, not what the government teaches to pass exams. Deep root education that benefits your children. Yeah, and that is exactly. Big up yourself, Street Struck, man. Mad love in the place. I mean, big up yourself. That is another question that I would think about us talking about, right? What if we're going to homeschool? Again, what are we going to homeschool? How are we going to homeschool? Do we have the skills to homeschool? And are we mindful of what we're teaching? And are we also using it as a learning exercise for ourselves? Right? Because I know there's some of the things that I'd probably be sitting and trying to teach if I was homeschooled. I'm literally going to be like, wow, let me go over this, because I need to know this, right? There's one thing I do know. There's certain things that they taught in school, or certain phrases they use. Like, when my daughter brings them up and stuff, I'm like, what? Do you get what I'm saying? And maybe I didn't remember because I didn't really like certain things, but Yeah, I genuinely don't remember certain things, certain phrases that they come with today, and I'm like, what's that? Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that Joy. Listen, I understand it's built a certain way for a reason, right? But we can always chop it up and challenge it within ourselves, right? And we can talk about what we need, right? So that we can move forward, even individually or collectively, right? As communities and stuff like that, to say, right, I know such and such are people that do such and such. So my child, rather than take my child to the office um or make my or tell my say suggest to my child to go to an office for what do you call it, work experience, maybe go and work with a plumber. Do you get what I'm saying? Go and work with a plumber and see how he works in his life and how it works in that sense, or go and work with a builder, or go and work with a personal trainer, obviously someone that's successful that you see that can, you know, that can show them someone that's built as well from the ground up, right? That's the other aspect of it. You need to show them someone that's built from the ground up. There's no point showing someone just success, because in the minds of the young, all they see is success. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's difficult to them. It's difficult then to sell them the hard work when all they've seen is the success. So it's also important to be able to the um teach them the hard work also, as well as the success. There's no point bringing them into your business just because it's thriving, right? They need to see what made that business thrive. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, all those little things there. Bring back Black Saturday schools. What, as in the church ones, Victory, Mrs. Victories. Um, I'm not sure if that's what you meant, the church ones, but yeah, but I'm not too sure. You know, I'm not too sure. Like, I was a little sportsman, right? So a Saturday school for me would have been like, no, I'd have been like kicking and screaming. Do you get what I'm saying? So for me, I can't really say that's just me though, right? And there's going to be young children that that are my way inclined, right? That are going to be more pro sports and things that are physical. And so we also have to facilitate, be able to give them the ability, the opportunity, sorry, to fulfill their potentials. Do you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but again, if people want to go Saturday school and their children are academic or seem to be showing a ability in academia, then definitely, yeah, Saturday schools and things like that, definitely all day long. But again, it's got to be fruitful, right? We've got to see the child. In my opinion, we've got to see the child. Um, I say the word, say thriving and happy in what they're doing, right? More than anything, because it's the way they learn easiest. Um, yeah, that's that one. Oh, okay, yeah. So Saturday schools. Mrs. Victory says, uh, ones where you're taught about life skills and knowledge of self. Um, yo, big up Open Debate channel. Big up yourself, man. How you mean? Mad love in the place. Big up yourself, man. Um, yeah, talking about the life skills and knowledge. Yeah, and again, it is if you want, man, click the link. There's a link in the description. Jump on, chop it up, because for me, we're talking about general subjects, and I'd like to like break them down, and kind of like talk about which what incorporates each specific subject. You get what I'm saying? So if we're talking about finances, we I'd be talking about building a course or over a year or 2 years that somebody can learn that over, right? So you have to think about what kind of um, sub sub subjects you're going to bring to, right? So it's going to be like, okay, you've got finances, but one aspect's going to be, for example, taxation, um, and then another aspect could be budgeting and money management and things like that. Do you know what I'm saying? In which they can, which you can then do things like use, for example, create trades, right? Create certain trades within the schooling system, right? In which young people trade maybe skills, okay, and learn to do that, right? And learn how to budget and manage money and stuff like that, and how to work. Say, for example, you're going into retail or owning a shop or owning a certain kind of business, right, where you're handling money and things like that, right? It will teach you from a very early age to be able to do that, right? So you don't have to be, for example, the best at maths to be able to learn how to. I know people that have never been good at maths, but they know how to handle money. Do you know what I'm saying? So in that sense, we then facilitate and enable a young child that might not get all of the maths and the equations and all of that kind of stuff. He might not get that, but what he might be able to do is be good with money, right, and know how to make, how to. Do you know what I'm saying? And what we're aiming to do is for him to not use that talent in the way that that ability is shown to be fruitful, right? There's other ways for that ability to be fruitful, but if he doesn't get the maths because he can't learn it the way that they is taught, how do we get him over that line, right? To enable him to get the best start in life. And those are the kind of things that we're talking about, yeah. And how, and the little subjects out inside of that encompass that whole big subject, right? So yeah, we're talking about business and stuff like that. It's like how to start up your business. Again, that will also cover some aspects of tax and that kind of stuff, right? You're going to be looking at, payrolls in the future and different kinds of things like that, right? So again, we have to look at how we're going to break down each subject, in my opinion, right? How we're going to break the subjects down and be able to actually pinpoint what it is that we're going to be teaching, if you get what I'm saying, rather than just generic, let's just teach about finance, etc. Because again, some things are going to go over some children's heads at a certain age when it comes to certain topics. So it's got to be done, in my opinion, at the right time. You know what I'm saying? If you want to disagree with that, you feel free. You're more than welcome and more well within your rights to disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little bit disappointed right now. Villa's losing 2-0. Leicester make me sick. Sorry, we're gonna come back anyway. So it goes. But yeah. Come on, peeps. Let's see. Let's see what else we got on there. Yeah, so on the subjects that could be shaken up and changed, right? One of the few, I guess, that a lot of people wanna see shaken up or feel like they don't hear much about is maybe alternative histories. Some people would say truth. Some people would say not glamorizing. One thing I will say is whatever country you're in, the people will teach that history, right? They'll teach their history. And I don't really have an issue with that, to be fair. Yeah, I don't really have an issue with that. I'm not even going to talk about glamorizing it or whether or not. I'd probably just say that every country that teaches their history will teach it in the best, teach it that makes them look in the best light. So yeah, I'm not gonna worry about whether or not people teach something that makes them look in the best light. But there maybe is there more in history? What kind of elements of history would we like to see being incorporated, right, into history and things like that? Right, those are kind of subjects that we can look at. Is reading things like Shakespeare and reading Macbeth and stuff actually any good? I mean, to be fair, it's an element of culture, right, in my eyes, and it is part of English literature. But can we make it more modern? Can we start looking at more modern literature potentially, to bring it into the modern era? Do you know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that we should get rid of Macbeth, right? Because I didn't read. To be fair, I didn't mind Macbeth and them kind of things, right? But again, it's spoken in an old language that's not really used anymore. So is that something that could be shaken up? What kind of literature would you like to see if you would like to see things like Shakespeare and that replaced, what kind of literature would you like to see in place of that? And please do not be putting no Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yes. Big up Rodney. Big up yourself. Big up MSN. I mean, big up yourself. Yeah. When you're ready, Pete, jump on, chop it up. You don't know how the thing goes. We out here, we're just rapping. There's no debate. You get me? It's all about putting your opinion out there, and we're brainstorming in there, and we want to see. We just ideas, in it. And personally, I'd like to come away from today and say to myself, do you know what? That's a good idea, you know, or to a few things, right? That's a good idea. That's something that I can incorporate and do tomorrow. Do you get what I'm saying? Um, and that's it really in my eyes, isn't it? Like we all should learn from each other, and so that's why I said earlier, no idea is a bad idea, right? Whatever you come with, some people might laugh at it, some people might think it's not serious or maybe not feasible, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Each idea is there to be um, looked at, positives and negatives be weighed up, what they would bring, what difficulties there may be, what obstacles there may be to that, what challenges there may be within implementing it, and that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, we just, it is what it is. Ideas are just that, ideas, isn't it? They're there to be used and rubbished and put away and put in the bin and one sided on any given occasion, right? So we look at what suits us, what we need, what will bring us, yeah, what will bring us. See, would we, Victory, Mrs. Victory, would you want the civil rights movement in the UK, for example? I don't know if they teach it in America, so I'm not over there, obviously, so I don't know. But yeah, would you like to see that as something that's put in down in the UK as well as in the States, if it is in the States? Um, yeah, that'll be that. I mean, that's a good one. Um, I don't remember in school learning about either the suffragette movement too much either. So maybe things like that could be brought into it as well, right? And looking at how uh, the women got their rights and how they, and also what they went through whilst getting their rights. So I think it's important also, right? Because again, it's all good sometimes glamorizing things and making our history seem like it was, the greatest thing since sliced bread. But we also have to understand that people made sacrifices, people were ostracized and all different kinds of things, right, um to get to where they got to. So I think it's important sometimes to actually put a light on people and the events that happened in that sense. So yeah, so for me that's probably two. So we got civil rights movement again. That's a good one, to be fair. It's a very good one. As well as the suffragette movement as well. Is another good one in my opinion. Uh, is there any recent history um, past the wars that we could look at to say is now history that we could potentially bring in, or is there any past history beyond that we that we can start to bring back? For example, would, for example, people like to know about um, more in depth in terms of certain countries and civilizations like the Chinese and stuff like that? Would people like to know more about those cultures also? Um, yeah, and also the other things like religious studies. Could they change that up? Could they do different things? Could they um, bring more? I'd say more clarity, not so much clarity, but more depth into science. Do you know what I'm saying? And that kind of stuff. Like, there's a lot of subjects for me that could be shaken up, in my opinion. That's why I look at what could we bring to the table in terms of actual fresh topics to teach. And for me, a lot of them surround life skills and being self-sufficient, being independent as a as a businessman or woman. Do you know what I'm saying? And that kind of stuff. And looking at that for me. So yeah, I'd like to bring back uh, early teaching and basic foundation teaching of certain trades, um, because it enables people to be independent. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, yeah, Mrs. Victory, that's a great one as well. Teach the superpowers. So yeah, that is a good one. Just so people understand Russia's, China's, US position in the world. That's another good one. So again, we can look at that from another aspect of also modern history, right? So maybe we can start talking about historically things that have seemingly ended, that maybe happened in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and stuff like that. Um, yeah, that kind of stuff. Okay. But yeah, man, let's keep it going, people. Keep it going. Keep it going. I'm just checking out my messages out here, seeing what's going on. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Lisa, as well. Yo, T, if you click on the description, brother, click on the description and you should see the thing right there, bro. You should do. Let me check for you. Yeah, man. Click the description. It's got there, right? StreamYard. There's no PayPal and all that stuff. Man, big up my broski Terry. How you mean? Big up yourself. Big up Miss J. How you mean, man? You get me? The Don't Rampions and all that. Come on. Big up the Don't Rampions in the place. J says they need to teach multiculturalism. We live in a diverse country and there's still high rate of racism and ignorance. Yeah. See now we're talking. Now we're talking because now we're teaching acceptance and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? Yo, big up Terry, my brother. Well, go on.
Big up. What's today's Delil?
Come on, man. The little bro, we're talking about education system, right? And what topics we'd like to see taught in mainstream education. Yo, big up LB. This is for you as well, bro. Yeah. So, what subjects would we like to be taught in mainstream schools? Some of the other questions are what subjects do we think could be shaken up, changed up, or just straight got rid of? And that understanding that there also will be some subjects that we may feel like need to be get rid of, but they are foundation classes, right? So they couldn't really be got rid of, like certain sciences and that their foundation into other things. Do you get what I'm saying?
What do you think of teaching primary school children financial literacy?
See, this is a subject that some people brought up, right? And this is what I was saying, like when we bring up the subjects, how do we when, at what age do we start to incorporate that into their learning, right? So when is the right time to teach the children financial? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so that's why I would say like they're second to the last year of primary school, in the fact of that they get the information, because we got to look at it like this. Most of the children have that rebellion time, which they feel that they know something from around that 8, 9, and 10. So those are the areas that we should start to apply certain things. So, because some people, they will send their children to the shop. Some parents send their children to use their credit card. You know, so it's but understanding the what money is worth, not that money grows on trees, but how they became to having money in the first place.
Nah, for real. And you see, this is the thing. I did touch on it earlier on, right? So I was saying, when you're teaching your children when you're teaching your child to, like, for example, your successful business, it's important to not just show them success, right? Because they'll only be attracted by success and they won't understand the hard work and the graft unless you can. Because, you know, some children are not just going to hear it from words, right? You have to show them, they're going to have to live it, they're going to have to see it. You know, we all learn differently, right? So it's important that, number one, we do it at the right ages. And what you said about that age, for me, is a good age because it is the age that young people start to become more aware of money and monetary value. Do you know what I'm saying? So that is, for me, I can definitely agree with you on that.
You know, like even in the facts of what I do for my history tours for kids, I mean, I don't like to use the word kids, children, is that in history, I have that motto of follow the money and it will tell you the truth. So what we do is we trace up people that were actually doing the work in the past and how you can relate it to nowadays. So once you put the trace in between the two, they get a much more better understanding of not just the history, but they understand the methods and what things they have to go through to able to receive or retrieve what is given to them in the first place. Because how if your mother gives you money, how does your mother receive that money? How did your mother get into that position of even getting her job to getting that money? And it goes back and back and back, further back and back, you know? So it gives you a history as well as an education of how to receive or how to provide your children with money.
Yeah, LB, I agree with you. Welcome, Natty, first. Sorry, big up yourself, brother. Welcome, bro.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
LB
man.
says, go on, bro. Go on.
What about experience? What about experience? What about, I don't know, say when they get over to the age of 5, that I'm not saying to chuck them on a building site, but what about actually going and doing like a day's work of?
Yeah. See, for me, yeah, Natty, I'm with you on that one,
Something,
right?
and then,
Yeah. Your reception's poor though, bro. Keeps cutting out.
Yeah.
So to be fair, that's another one, right? So once they get to a certain age, we take them to work experience and we show them the ropes and stuff. But I still believe, whilst we're doing that, I think there could be a foundation, an element of a foundation learning to that, right? So in terms of mathematics, right, you now incorporate, because I was saying, even though you have mathematics and you have finance, right, you're going to still have an element of mathematics when you're doing, for example, the building trade or carpentry, right? So in that sense, right, so you're going to have you then, so for example, in fitness, like you guys know I'm a fitness man, right? So for me to be a physio, I had to learn to be a physio, right? I had to qualify to be a physio. But for me to be a PT, I couldn't just take my physio and go and be a PT, right? I had to qualify to be a PT also. So and with that, each of them brought me different, what we call foundation anatomy and physiology. So each of them showed me different levels of the anatomy, right? And different muscles and different movements and things like that. And I'd say it would be the same with the mathematics, right? So we could incorporate our mathematics into, for example, mathematics, which is relevant to architecture, relevant to the building trades and stuff like that, right?
Because if you look at it in the fact of architect is physics, physics is science, science has mathematical things in it. Everything has a portion of it. And, you know, that's why I always say sometimes we have to look back and look at the education system, how it worked back in even in the old days. And I'm saying, even go centuries back, it was either a church establishment or a chapel establishment or center. It was a kind of on that same of the religious kind of thing. But what you realize is that before we had schools of thoughts and different types of schools, you realize that it was more of an apprenticeship. So if you wanted to learn a craft back in them days, you go and meet someone that was an architect, or you go and meet someone that was a carpenter, or you go and meet someone that was in, you know, all these different types of schools of thought. So you go and learn and you get the practical skills. what I'm finding is that a lot of people are losing the practical skills.
It's true, you know, and that's because it's not taught as much anymore, right? That's the other aspect, like carpentry and that kind of stuff. It's no longer as prevalent as it used to be, right? In those classes and in the classrooms. And think again, like I said, foundation classes like woodwork. Do you get what I'm saying?
You know what? You know what I kind of find with this motion is, I think it's more to do with the city life. Because it's the center point of direction of where people go to, because they feel that there's money there and what situation. Because if you was out of the city life, then carpentry, farming, all these things come to that equation. But because I want a fast buck, I'm going to go to the city. So then I want to learn education from the city.
Yeah, it's true. That's the other aspect as well, right? We're building, and in places like London, that is so true as well. In the major cities, they are building businessmen and women. And that is what people are bred to do, right? To provide work for the city. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's that. And the point that I was making is, like, for example, when I've done a few workshops, right? In terms of with young people over the country, like Wolverhampton, Coventry, and things like that. I'm talking up to young people about being self-employed, and me being able to draw my experiences, and explain how I actually got into being self-employed, why I ended up going self-employed, and the hardships that I've gone through, but also the benefits, right? And how fruitful it can and has been, right? So yeah, and I found that quite no, but I found that quite a lot of young people engaging, right? So they was really, depending on how you come across, I found me coming across the way that I am, it naturally caught people's attentions, because a lot of these young people, they're putting on an act for each other, right? There's a lot of peer pressure that, you know, in these groups. So it's all, everything that they do is based around each other, right? And so I found that when I was amongst them with my persona, I naturally just captured their attention, right? So it enabled me to then be able to get through to them, right, and speak to them. And then, you know, I'd find when I do DJ workshops, I'd have little young people like, oh, I don't really not like music and stuff like that, I'm not really into it. But then you'd get some way to find a couple of songs that they like, right? And you get them to put it together just once or twice, and you just show them how to mix and put it together, and how they can make their favorite music even more fun, right? And you get someone that came in at the beginning that was, you know, against it, arms folded, back in the classroom, don't really want to talk, and everything he says has got to be funny to make other people laugh, right? And then at the end of it, you've got him, and he's the last person that's staying behind because he wants to talk about it more and understand. And do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I mean, do you find even like that when you was young and you had certain things that will break, but you find the fun of trying to fix it, yeah, or you pull it apart and you try to put it back together. Most of the kids today, they will have these gadgets and they'll just stash it in the bin.
Yeah, it's true, and that's the other aspect as well, right? Like, I was I don't want to expose people, but I know people that can't change a car tire, right? They can't change the oil in their car. They can't do certain things right now. I got a motorbike, bro. I service my own motorbike. I don't need to take it to a garage to do that, right? Certain things I do, right? Certain things I will need to be done in a garage. But for the most part, I can service my motorbike. I can change my oil in my car. You know what I'm saying? I can change my wheel if I need to change it. I can change my lights. I don't need to go to Halfords and pay these things. But this is because I had a teaching from young. I sat around a grown man, and on a Sunday, when he was going and doing these things and cleaning and polishing car and all them things there, these were the things I sat and learned, right? I think the first thing I learned was how to check oil.
Yep, check oil.
And I'll never forget that day, because it was the first day that I felt responsible as a young man.
Uh-huh.
And you know how empowering that was as a young man, to be given that responsibility to get the tissue and wipe the dipstick and put it in and check the oil and make sure it's between the two lines.
Yeah, and my dad would tell me, yeah, come warm up the car.
Come on.
And start the engine, put some water in there, you know. How many times do you see people actually put water in their car?
Bro, it's madness right now. Literally, and all these things, and you remember, you know, these things are in your test now, right? They're in your driving test now, right? And that's the thing, right? They ask you now, like, how do you do this in your car? What would you do in this situation in your driving test, right? So if you've not had your driving test yet, understand these are stuff you need to start to learn, right? And I'd maintain these are things that should have been, or should I say, we should not have stopped teaching.
Yep.
We should not have stopped cleaning and polishing our cars. We should not have stopped changing our oil. We should not have stopped knowing how to change our tires. You know, I got uncles and friends of uncles that I seen them change their whole brakes and their brake discs, and they're telling me about this and that and piston and all kinds of different things in cars, and they're changing piston and spark plugs. I can change spark, like, you know what I'm saying? Little things like that, the small minor things like changing spark plugs and that people, not just young men, but people should know how to do.
And that's why I will say, you know, it comes to the city life, because the city life is tending to make people more lazy than what it is, because you feel that, you know what, my car's broken down, I'll take it to the garage. If my bike's broken down, I'll take it to the garage. If I have my TV, if my TV blows up or something happens, a knob breaks on my TV, I throw it in a bin and go and buy a new one. There is none of that maintenance or servicing whatsoever within anything that we do. Even food, not many people even actually cook no more. They rather take a takeaway or make a call to get a fast food.
And to be fair, and when they are cooking nowadays, it is things like stir fry and little quick things. You know what I'm saying? There's not real cooking it there. It's not just the same amount of real cooking, you know.
And that's where when the pandemic began, it caused a rumpus, because many stores weren't open, or many stores were, so per se, running out, because people didn't know what to do. I remember my mum said, if toilet run out, boy, you better go and get a bucket of water.
It's true. It's true. I was gonna say, LB, do you know what? Yeah, I moved to the country. Yeah, and that's changing now. To be fair, right? Even that is changing. Less and less people. I've seen more and more people getting breakdown trucks for tires and stuff like that when you got a spare in the back of your car and things like that. Yeah, but yeah, in terms of the farmers and those kind of people, yeah, again, like the guy that I bought my car from, he's an electrician, right? And he fixes his car too, right? He's got that skill set, but he's, again, of a different generation where, again, his dad and his family taught him that stuff. He was around people teaching him that stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? And again, that's the key in it, that early foundation. So again, like, even though we did start off talking about subjects in school and how we could incorporate things into learning, there are also things that we shouldn't rely on the schools to teach either, right?
But you know, as you were saying though, is looking at the facts of what we just spoke about and understanding these could be curriculums in schools. Because mechanics and all that stuff, you learn a little bit of mechanics in secondary schools now. Before, back in the day, you had woodwork classes, you had science classes where you mix with all this certain stuff. Everything is based on a written paper. Yeah,
it is now. It's all changed, and there's a lot less. What's what I'm looking for? The word I'm looking for, not the theory, the other one, the practical. There's a lot less practical learning, and that came about, I guess, in the 90s, right, with the NVQs and stuff like that. That became more about one day of learning, or one day in college, and then filler 1 2 1, 1 day of learning in college, and then the rest was on the job. But then that started to kind of like whittle down, and NVQs became a little bit different. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah.
Because I was speaking to my mum, and she was telling me about, like, you know, like the GCSEs when they used to call them GCEs.
GCEs, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they never ever had multiple choices. They had to write out something to give an answer to. So you had to do your proper research and reading to pass your exams.
Yeah, that's right. We in fact, I don't think I recall having multiple choice questions either. I don't think I had multiple choice questions either in my exams, bro. If I'm honest with you.
Like, and look at it now. We're in, and I was speaking to my goddaughter before she came out of her GCSEs, and she's telling me about, yeah, they marked her on her schoolwork. Do you know what I mean? So then it makes me to think, wow, if they're marking them like that, what are they learning? And then when they go into A levels, they're going to find it difficult.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Do you know, LB, big up as well. He said apprenticeships need to come back. And they have started to bring them, right? But what's happening, I noticed, right? So again, in gyms, a lot of gyms started to bring apprentices in, right? And they had to be below a certain age, be working 16 hours a week. But they were basically paying them like £2-3 an hour, £2.30, something like that, an hour, right? And what happened is that a lot of, you know, these youngsters have been held on these courses for like a year, right, to be able to do their courses, their personal training and their fitness instructor courses. So that they could potentially be apprentices for 2 years, right, potentially, depending on how quick they work. And so some of the private owned gyms were then using that as a way to get free a lot of very cheap work from young people, right? And some of them were like not even you know, qualified to be able to teach the young people in that sense. They were just gym owners, and they were taking on apprentices and just having them do things like admin and payroll and things like that. So they weren't really learning their jobs either. But there are apprentices, and you can get apprenticeship. I don't
know if you remember, but do you remember even the ones that they used to call is it YT or something like that?
Yeah, YT, because you had YT schemes from football, right? You had the YT scheme from football.
Yeah, and you had it in education. You have a YT building where they used to they will pay them a weekly wage, and they will get education, and they will get the MVQs and the, you know, all these qualifications. But you know, all of them just disappeared.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I think the YTs and that got replaced with NVQs. Yeah. And what happened with the NVQs? They were basically they were paying, I'd say, a little bit more, right? Because it was under the premise that you was a young person living at home with mum and dad, etc., or mum, you know what I'm saying? And that was that, right? So they'd pay a little bit, but in the long run, the uptake in them started to drop, and people started looking at different ways of doing NVQs. And also with the NVQs, it became that more people were able to provide courses in different ways. Yeah, and so again, that just started to change as well.
Yeah, a lot, and that's. But if I recollect, they did do MVQs in YT. Because my older cousin used to do it, and he got a few qualifications from YT, so it advanced him, and then from then, in the long run, he ended up in uni.
Yeah.
You know, but as I said, I feel that there is nothing. There's a transition. If you're not doing well in school, you're going to have a problem between the age of when you leave school and 18.
But the thing is, those children that are not good in school, right, for me, in my opinion, right, that needs to be recognized early for a start, okay, and then a way found, and that's the point of having a more vast choice of subjects, or vast sort of subject to people to be able to learn from, right? Because you then are able to cater to those that won't be academic and won't get the science and won't get the maths and the English, but what they might get is the carpentry, you know what I'm saying, and things like that. So it's important, and not to say that they can only become carpenters or they should only become carpenters. With hard work, they could become anything they want to in that sense, right? But it's important again for us to be able to enable those children and give them the opportunity through giving them the choice, the good choices to be able to move forwards.
Yeah, because there is successful children, but on the other hand as well, don't you feel sometimes, not in a bad way, is the parents are beginning to over spoil their children, and it's not because of their fault. So it's like a transition. Like, for instance, your mum's mum might have bought your mum, like, say, for instance, Dunlop trainers.
Yeah.
And your mum says, oh, you know what? I don't want my son to have Dunlop trainers. I want my son to have Adidas. Then you start to get the Adidas. Now you're thinking, oh, Adidas is average. Then you're going to say, you know what? I want my child to have some £100 Jordans. And then that child that's got the Jordans now decides, yeah, I want Balenciagos for my child.
Yeah, it's true.
The expense of the understanding of that expense is getting higher and higher. So then when a child is coming out of school and knowing things of a high price and has no thought of value, then what happens to that child when that child is now on the streets?
Yeah, bro, I know people. Yeah, I was actually talking about this yesterday with some friends, right? That I know people whose children play out, in Gucci and Prada, and I'm talking about run up and down and skateboard and bike and mod everything, right? And they have no concept of what goes into that, like how, you know what I'm saying? They have no idea of the hard work their parents may have done to be able to provide them with that. They just see that, right? And so anything that's not that, they turn their nose up at.
So imagine what they're going to get for their children.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And this is, and that's why I said it goes two ways. For a child that is successful will look at that and know that, okay, I have to succeed in whatever I'm doing. But then if it's a child that hasn't been successful in that school, because many things can happen within that secondary school, whether it's the teachers, whether it's the principal, whether it's friends, which can dumb you down in the fact that you could have been intelligent, but because of the situation where you got suspended or they look at you as the bad child in the house of the school, then it can affect you where you can go the opposite way.
Yeah. It's true, bro. And that's the thing as well, like, because we do have to understand as well that there's more young children with conditions as well, right? Which means that which for me makes it even more important that for us to or for it to be that the education that they received is relevant, right? It's going to help them move forward as young people into young adults. And that's what I feel like. It is the education no longer suits the different people that are in the country, right? Whether it be through race or sex or identity, even, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think the education system suits that at the minute. And this was a topic that I thought, it's a good one to chop it up with. And we could just get some ideas, because again, like I said, I'd like to kind of in some aspects be able to hear some of the ideas that people bring forward and be like, actually, that's something that I haven't thought about, right? I can take that into my everyday life now, right? I can implement this today. I don't have to wait, but yeah,
because I don't even want to trail it off, but it's the same thing when we was discussing about the government and the government system, because what you tend to find is that people say they're rebellious to the system, but not knowing the system's embedded in them. So what happens is you say I'm not doing this, but yet you're going to put your child in the system.
Yeah.
So in forms of teaching your children, where like back in the days, you had many different activities, whether it's Boy Scout, brownies, club, community centers, and all these kind of activities to give life skills. Because what the school is actually missing, life skills. And we're not teaching that, but we're relying on the system to give them that education. But it's not in their curriculum.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And that's what I think sometimes, even though we're talking about the education system, like I said, I still believe that we need to actually ourselves say, do you know what? Let me take the bull by the horns and get myself clued up on the things I want my children to know. If you don't know them, get clued up and give yourself the best opportunity and give them the best opportunity. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you may learn something that you can bring into even your business or your work life.
And that's what we like me and a couple other brothers that we started to do what we call the Manhood Academy, and it's the other side of the counterpart is the Womanhood Academy, because what we realize is the life skills in forms of understanding, and that's why we use the 4 elements: water, fire, earth, and wind. You know.
No, I hear you, man. I hear you. And it's also that so they're symbolic of emotions, are they, or behaviors?
And then, like for instance, in water, they're gone.
No, go on, bro. You just can't.
And like fire, like anger and things like that. But we use elements to able to train in forms of financial literacy and or forms of science history of life, not education. Because a lot of the life, even the life educational skills within these subjects are still not being taught. You understand? You want to teach Henry VIII and the history of Henry VIII, but then why don't we teach the financial sides of Henry VIII? Why don't we teach the scientific side of Henry VIII? Who did Henry VIII commission? Do you understand? Who did Henry VIII work with? There was musicians, and this is where we can put in our history and bring out the true story. Because if you combine Black history with world history, you're gonna get that.
Yeah, and that's something I brought up earlier was can we have a more fuller, rounded version of history? And I did say like I'm all for teaching your history in your land. I'm all for that, right? And I'm all for, do you know what I say? I'm all for I understand people glamorizing their history too. I understand that also. Yeah. But I do think there needs to be, whilst you're glamorizing it, glamorize some others too, and glamorize the fact that other nations and cultures of people, tribes of people also contributed to what made up Britain, right? And maybe ideas or instruments or types of music or certain
and that comes in emotion. That comes in the forms of the paper trail, because for an artist, let's say as we choose Henry VIII. Now Henry VIII, when he had his first son, had a top musician who was called John Blake. John Blake, right, was a top musician, and he's one of the few people that writ a disclaimer to say that he wanted his money. Yeah, and what do you call it? Henry VIII writ a letter signed saying, "Here is your money."
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you're seeing the transactions.
Yes.
And you're seeing that Henry VIII, for him to able to have the musician to play, he had to commission him.
So it's contractual now, isn't it? In some aspect, to be looking at that kind of stuff.
And then you're bringing a world history into the equation, because you're having a black man coming and working for Henry VIII at the time. So then that could be taught in the school, because it's not black history, it's not British history, it's world history.
Yeah. No, that's true. True. I do think we could teach a bit more about the world and different cultures and different civilizations. A bit more. We can brace on different empires that were built up, and things like that. A little bit more. And not only just, I mean, to be fair, you've got to do it at the right age, right? Because what we don't want to do is traumatize children with flipping tales of continuous war and bloodshed and all kinds of stuff, right? So it's important that we do it at the right stages in where we don't where we don't cause harm or a confusion or even like a mistrust of mankind, right? Because hearing these stories too early in life can also cause young people to be not trustworthy, not feel trusting of human beings, right? So it's important that these elements are put out.
Go on.
No, go on, bro. Go on.
No, I'm saying even in them times or of difficult times, there was great things going on. So, and this is where where the history I always cover is who are the great things at that time. You know, like even if I talk in the 1800s and we talk about boxing, and if you Google up Bill Richardson, yeah, Bill Richardson was a flamboyant. My man used to buy his chinchillas and all sorts. And he had rival competitions on a regular basis, and he lived on where Trafalgar and the Nelson's column is before they put him there. He lived right there. So these are kind of things, as I said, is putting these things into perspective of teaching the children. You don't have to teach them the aggression or the downfalls of things, but we can show them the great things that were happening.
Because you know the worst thing is, right? There's even like English, right? The language English and the words that we use in the language, right? I love hawks and stuff like that. So I go to a couple of places that do hawk shows and stuff like that. And it's interesting because even in falconry, right? There's phrases from falconry that were incorporated into the English language, right, and became everyday phrases and things that we use in our lives. Do you get what I'm saying? And yeah, it's interesting because if I didn't go to these places, I wouldn't know how these phrases came about. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And it's important that to understand because what it then does, it also shows that in my opinion, the ingenuity, right, of a set of people that might do that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's 100%.
You know, so again, if you're for glamorizing the British and then you take something like falconry and the phrases that came from falconry or coined from falconry, and that became everyday terms that we use in England, right? Whether it be in business or different things like that, that's I think that's quite a glamorous thing, right? I'd say to create a language that's spoken to this day from the onset of falconry, I'd say that's quite an amazing thing, and the ingenuity behind it is even more amazing because it's lasted the test of time and carried on through years.
And that's why sometimes even in the facts of slavery, I'm able to water it down in the facts of looking at what was going on at that time, the spice, the trading, the triangular slave route, the understanding that they got free land, free workers, and they still didn't put an industrial business within the Caribbean islands. What they did was they brought the industrial to the Americas. So that once it goes to the Americas, then they can distribute that out. And this is where corporations understanding how companies work. Do you understand? So when you look at the history of these companies, because the real truth is there isn't really nothing new underneath the sun. It's just regurgitated, but just said in a different way to make it feel like it's new.
Yeah, true. That's why I believe, like in my opinion, that we need some kind of shake up, change up, even if it's to do with what we teach within our homes, right? Because it starts from there, right? So it can be on the basic level, it could be on, it could be on the surface, just to give people the idea, right? Because with the knowledge of these different things will naturally come a more choice for young people, more choice of, and knowing that actually I've tried this, I've done this for a bit, I understand this, maybe I can go and do this, right? and it gives you options. That's the main thing, is options. So this didn't work out, but I know what, I've done this, and I know about this also, so that's also an option. And that's the key that we're looking at, right? Giving the future generations options.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that one, and you know, and this is, it goes into the, even what happened to the days when I was a kid. Every summer we used to go strawberry picking. What's happened to those days?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fruit picking and all different kinds of things, and
And
like fruit growing, like, it's crazy, man. People don't do that no more.
It's more, and it's becoming, and this is why I keep forgetting that cartoon where they were all stuck on a ship, and they were all plugged in, and they were getting overweight, but all plugged into the computer, and what's happening is that they're becoming cabbages because they didn't need to leave their home. And this is what's happening. We're becoming this cabbage where the companies are all going into AI. The all it takes is the AI to touch transportation, and then man is not needed.
Yeah, that's it, for real. And then what are we gonna do?
Sit in the house looking at the four corners. Tell me that's not a prison.
Literally. And that's why I say, man, we gotta look at these things. I mean, I say from today, this is something that should have been looked at a long time ago, in my opinion, because it's not just today I've sat here, or yesterday that I've sat here and felt like the education that we've learned, very little of it I use in my everyday life, right? Very little, you know, and I'm sure there's loads of people that feel that way. And the question is, what could we do to make that education system better for us to feel like it actually benefited us going forwards, and that was, you know, giving us skills that we can bring forward into our later lives.
Yeah, because I even remember when my one of my good friends, he was a geek but a ladies' man at the same time.
Yeah.
And we made walkie-talkies, and because he knew certain things, where we got the dustbin lid, and then we end up making a radio station. And we didn't know we was making a radio station.
Yeah, come on, bro.
There used to be that shop. What was it called again? Was it Tandy's or something like that? It was an electronic shop.
Okay. Oh yeah. Tandy's, yeah.
Yeah, and we used to buy all these little electronic gadgets and wire them all together, and we used to make all different types of things.
Yeah.
As I said, I don't see no one doing it no more.
They don't. I'll tell you another place where people have got that ability. Yeah, see in Jamaica, bro. I'm telling you, Jamaicans, man, they just make things out of things, man. Like, it hasn't been like a boy, hasn't it? They just make stuff out of stuff, bro. Like,
yeah, and I feel that tends to come from the countryside because they don't have as much access. But as long as these cities start to get bigger and bigger and bigger, the more we start to lose a lot of these stuff.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And again, I'll probably say about space and stuff like that. People's space to do things like own cars or multiple cars and have car on the road and do your work on your car on the daytime. Like, I remember Sundays used to be quiet, man, back in the 80s, 90s, right? Sundays were quiet. Now, Sundays like you see as many cars on a Sunday as any normal day on some occasions.
Yep. Sunday, Monday. It's like no days off now.
Literally, bro. Literally. So what time do people? What is happening to people that we have no days off? Like, we've literally just been programmed.
Exactly. And this is, as I said, and this is what makes the education system weak. Because they'll say, you know what? I don't need to go to school. I can just Google it.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
How many kids do their mathematics without a calculator in the exam hall?
Yeah, it's true. I don't even know. Now they can have calculators, isn't it?
Yep. They even got laptop. They got what do they call it? What do they call it? What's the pads? Yeah.
Shit, you see what I'm saying? So here's this was looking at some of the subjects that they have in so this is Russell. Russell is a private school, but they've got different ages, right? So some of the subjects they teach, obviously they got the normal English, maths, science, arts, computing, drama, food studies, geography, history, music, language carousel, Spanish, French, German. That's okay. Spanish, French, German, Latin, PHSE, PERS, thinking skills. It's a good one. Okay, half year split of DT and computing. Yeah. So they got IGCSEs. What's an IG? I never heard of that. What's an IGCSE?
What's IG again? IG stands for oh gosh, I've forgotten what it's called now. When they do it in the school system. But you know the funniest thing, you just mentioned the subjects, right?
But then they got the other side, they got psychology, religious studies, music, Latin, German, drama and theatre studies, design and technology, art and design, business studies, chemistry, English language, science.
The programming comes from the main subjects. And if you ask yourself, what are the main subjects? What are the compulsory subjects?
Science, maths, or A science, maths, English, A language.
Which is English. There's the major four: the science, the science, maths, English, which in any other country would be a language.
Yeah.
But if they're living under a colonial system, English or French or Spanish will be their language, or Portuguese, the European language. Now, when you actually look at these subjects, you realize to yourself that if that's the core, that tends to be the programming.
Yeah.
Because if you go into a society that speaks a different language and you put maths, English, and science into their curriculum, that is their core understanding.
Yeah. Communication skills, Stu says, see that one there. Now, this is one I'm a big advocate of, so big up Stu for that. The communication skills as being part of as a sub-content, as a side subject, as part of the whole cognitive behavioral stuff, right? So knowing how to communicate, sorry, who to communicate with, who to ask for help, when to ask for help, all that kinds of stuff, right? And teaching young people to be more assertive in that sense, and learn how to deal with emotions in all of it, because obviously the communication skills is also teach them also from a very young age, not very very young, but from a young age, about non-verbal communication, right? How we may say something and not realize how it may come across because we said it with a look on our face or a certain things like that. So we've got to be aware of those kind of things also, in that sense. So I think there's plenty around the communication aspect that we could touch upon and
because a lot of children ain't been taught the understanding of the word. They're more taught on how to put the words together and are able to write the word down, but have they been taught that communication skills of understanding that word, how to put that word in the right place, not putting that word anyhow and making your own personal meaning?
Yeah, it's true. But not just that, it's about the how to hold a conversation as well. What entails, what does a conversation entail? What does a good conversation entail? What does a good debate entail, right? So in America, I don't know if they still do, but I remember they used to have the debate in schools and stuff like that, and debating teams and things like that, right?
Remember back in the day, University Challenge?
But they still have that now, don't they?
I don't. Do they still do it on TV?
Yeah, they still do University Challenge.
I haven't watched TV in a long time.
But it's a quiz, isn't it? It's a quiz.
Yeah, it's a quiz. But you understand that they've done their research before, because they know the subject they're going to be talking about. So then they would have done their little research and whatsoever before they go head on head. Now it's a screaming match.
Yeah, that's right. And also it's teaching, again, it's about that preparation that you're going into a debate. And we've seen it a few times, right? People come in to debate something and someone says, "Oh, you got proof of that?" And there's absolutely zilch proof, right? And people are going to be like, "Well, bro, this ain't a debate. If you're going to refute something, you need to either bring evidence to back your claims, or evidence that refutes such and such his claims. And there's very little of that we see. So
yeah, and that's where people go to the fast track. They don't want to do the hard work. Where they say, okay, well, Google said this and Google said that, but yet again, if you did your research, if you do research on Google, the information that goes on Google is a random person.
Yeah. And what you need when you're going for your information on Google is you need to be looking for good, comprehensive, complete studies with complete with which clearly set out the objectives. Do you know what I'm saying? Clearly sets out its findings and things like that, right? So you need to be able to. We also need to be able to teach our children these things, right? How to refute things, how to produce evidence and stuff like that, right? How to research. That's another skill, right? How do you research? Do you just go to Google and take the first thing that comes up, or do you look and see actually is this from a source that is trusted and has the right credentials, or am I listening to some quack talking about something he doesn't know about?
And that's one of my major points in the fact that I don't deny people looking at Google, but do you go to the bottom of Google and look at the references? Nobody opens up the references to look.
Or off the page, or look at the studies and stuff like that.
Person who's mentioned this, and let's go into their book to see where they are coming from. No one does that. They just take the word of Google for gospel.
Yeah,
as scholars.
It's true. No, we don't look at the studies. No, we don't look to see. Like, and I know this because I want the people I see someone who pull up a study, right, and I'll be like, hold on a minute. Let me go and check something. And I'll go and pull up a study and it will say opposite to what they're saying. But it's because they found what they're looking for their arguments purposes as well, right? So again, the other part of that communication that Stu brought up was actually communicating from a point of actually not being disingenuous, right? So everything that you say is coming from a genuine position and not just to win the argument because you want to pick facts out, right? So we're looking at, and also then the other part of that would be teaching your children not to, or teaching the young people not to be so, authoritative in your statements or opinions without having full facts. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's a whole huge amount of things that we can look at to say that we can bring forward in schooling, right? But how do we fit them in? How do we put them together? How do we put them together to become part of a curriculum? So when we're talking about finances, business, and stuff like that, what does each course entail? How long they're running for, but we're looking at the specifics. So for example, using the trades, you could teach a young person a year of so for the first 3 years, right? So you could say a year of, for example, carpentry, a year of plumbing, and a year of another trade, right? And then when you get to the year of options, that the young people can then actually decide if they choose to go into a trade, which of those trades from experience they want to go into to create a career, if that's what they so want to do. Or they can say, actually, I want to be, go to the normal stuff or say normal, but the regular stuff and say, I want to go into business and so on and so forth. And that's also fine. But again, it's just giving them the options based on also the experiences, right? Not just, because what you find is, well, a lot of young people tend to go, not always, but tend to go the path of their parents in terms of careers or something similar in that sense. And sometimes it's because of, again, their experiences. That's all that they've experienced. And that's what's being pushed on them. And that's what they see as providing and being good for them, right, as children. So if it's been positive, 9 times out of 10, they're going to want to grow up and be that too. Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be for them, right? Some of them are going to realize at some point that it's not for them and they're not their parents or so on and so forth, or they might discover something that they love, that they love more. and that is an issue that you find in young in people. They never know what they want to do. So again, that's why it's important that we give them the options, right? Opening up the arts, definitely opening up the arts, and the history of the arts and things like that to young people also, so they can learn about the arts and things like that. And again, it's another path to go down and to give them options, because again, like I said, we're not all going to be businessmen, right? We're going to have young men that are going to want to do different things. Yeah. Mindfulness classes again. So again, so you got mindfulness as opposed to a class on history. Okay. That's interesting. And that's for so if you, it's probably a bit personal, Stu, and I probably don't want to ask you whilst you're on the chat, right? I'd probably rather you be up here to ask you these questions. But I would assume that no, actually I'm not gonna assume. But obviously, yeah, for some young men and women that struggle in classes like history and geography, that have no interest in it whatsoever, and because of that they struggle to take things in. Yeah, giving them something else that's going to benefit them. So not necessarily something like geography or history, but something like, mindfulness, again, something about cognitive behavior and reasoning and stuff like that. Yeah, those kind of things would be very, very good to put in for the young people that feel like the things in history and geography and other subjects don't really resonate with them. So that would be another good one to do, definitely. Personally, I'll be looking at how we, again, like literally just different types of businesses. So it'd be about how to run business, how to set up startup, talking about tax years, how to work out tax, and things like that. Who to ask for help, what help is afforded to you, what help you can get within that, and so on and so forth. And obviously that changes over time. But that is why I believe that the education system and things that are taught in the curriculum should be should evolve with us as a people. Because if it's draconian and very old, it's not going to be relevant, and many people are going to struggle when they decide to make leaps into certain aspects of life. Whereas if we, from early out, have these young people prepared and given the opportunities to learn and experience different things, they're naturally going to know that they've got options, right? And not make bad decisions because they know they've got, because a lot of people make bad decisions because they feel like they've got no options. So why not give the options? And when someone says, I don't know what to do, you can say, well, you can do this, you can do that. Do you like that? Do you like this? And at some point, something will resonate. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, so people, we're going 12 minutes. We got 12 minutes, yeah. So I did say we're gonna go for a couple hours. And yeah, so we're gonna go for a couple hours. Because I don't want to take up the Sunday and yeah, first show and all that. It's a topic that you don't really need a lot of talking. I don't really want to have anything outside of the topic, so to speak, like within reason. I don't really want to get a long stream where people get bored and then it descends into chaos and the rest of it.
100%.
So I think short and sweet is good. Do you get what I'm saying? And then yeah, next week again we chop it up. What I'd like to ask the people that are here, and if you thank you for jumping on and being in the chat and stuff like that, and taking part and listening. I appreciate it. If you wanna whatever subject you want to listen to next week, same time again, it'll be a couple hours. What kind of topics you want to discuss? I do want to open it up again, like I said, to different debates that people want to have. But again, they need to be intellectual debates full of facts and actual evidence and documents evidence, not just, oh, it's my opinion or some kind of emotional standpoint, right? We want to get proper conversation going, because we don't learn otherwise, right? And even if you don't agree with something, you can probably still learn from it. That's the thing about it. Even things that we don't agree with, there's things that we can learn from. So it's about keeping an open mind and we have to listen to each other.
Yeah, even some forms of documentations, something that we look at, something we can read, bring the information and the lil. So we have a much more better understanding than just coming from our mouths.
Yeah, man, because to be fair with you, I'd like to get some debates going. I'd like to get some of the brothers debating on good topics. There's some real good debaters, right, that have very smart minds, the James SCs, the James Jones, those kind of people, right? And I'd like to, and then there's brothers like Shakara, yeah, big up Shakara. I'd like to hear the brother speak again. I'm saying he's got some topics that I'd like to have.
I think everything he's going live, he's been going live today as well. So through his organization, Kabilan. So he's been doing his live show. A lot of people are on there.
Yeah, man. Big up Shakara, man. That's good, man.
Yeah, because I think they're talking about Malcolm X.
Okay. Okay. I might.
Let me see if I get the link. I'll send it in the private chat.
Yeah, I might jump on that and see what I'm going later on and see what's popping. But yeah, man, I want to have some of that invitations there to one and all. You get what I'm saying? And I mean one and all. Get me? You could have Muslim, Chinese man, Indian man. It don't matter. You get what I'm saying? Doesn't matter your viewpoint. To be fair, these kind of topics we're trying to touch don't really want to be, too much about religion and so on and so forth. Do you get what I'm saying? We just keep it about the betterment of people, of people in general. Do you get what I'm saying? Our communities. Do you get what I'm saying? No matter what community you attach yourself to,
Tuesday night we have our late night discussion, what we call True Talk.
Okay.
It's quite interesting, and we not only that we have a kind of a global crowd, in the fact that we have Americans that come on and things like that, as well as English people that come on as well. So depending on the topics, hold on, let me just quickly look at the topic for this Tuesday, and I'll put that in a private chat. So
I see it. Cool. Yeah, I see it, bro.
Okay. And this is for the Thursday. So
okay. Bad's that condo.
Okay, Bilan.
Mad thing. Okay, so what's that about then? What they chopping up about?
I haven't really been listening because I've been doing a lot of backroom work. And then this is I gave you the link for our channel, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. You put it in there, man. Yeah.
Oh, this is Tuesday's show. This is Tuesday night show. Hold on. Let me put that in the back. So you got that. And anyone that's interested. See,
I'm probably gonna get it off you again because I know I'm on the Chromebook here, so I probably want to save it into my phone or somewhere. But in fact, I'll share it. It's fine. I can do that. It's not. Put it in my email. But yeah, man. Mad Villa losing 2-1. We got these boys under pressure. They're camped back. You know what I mean? We just you know that old English thing, like in the mixer. Like, bear in the mixer, bro. Even now, bear in the mixer. Go on, take it.
And then we're premiering something at 4:00 and at 7:00, so 4:00 in 3 minutes. We'll be doing the second part of our premiere for was talking about Biden, Pan-African, ADOS, and so that'll be at 4:00 on Black Eyes TV in a couple hours.
Interesting.
Because we premiere a lot of things as well. Well,
Interesting, man.
so,
Yeah, man, that's what you want to be on, man. Just jumping on those educational things. For me, I've been working most of the day, right? So I'm gonna chill out and just probably listen on certain things. I'm not gonna jump on a panel today. I
yeah,
don't think, unless it's later on and everything's just chill. You know what I'm saying, and relaxed.
he's just jumped in.
Big up everything is everything. Big up yourself, bro. How you mean? Original Jamaican. Cheese. Come on, man.
Uh,
He love trolling me though, EIE, man. Allow me, bro. Got me. He's on crud, man.
all right.
But yeah, Mr. Riggs, man.
Uh,
Big up yourself, bro. Thanks for jumping on.
all right.
Bit of conversation. You know, I would have fully, just chatted this whole 2 hours as well. You know, listen, don't play with me. I would have fully just chatted my head off, bro.
Sometimes you have to release it.
Yo, everything is everything. You're not blocked in here, bro. Come on, man. Why are you acting? Listen, I ain't got time for this guy, you know.
Jump on quickly.
Yeah, jump on quickly. Everything is everything. The link's in the description, bro. Links in the description, bro. Jump on quick. Say what, go on.
But yeah. So, what kind of subjects do you want to talk about next week?
Do you know what? I'll put it up when I set the schedule. I'll put it up here, so I'll get I'll have a think about what kind of things I want to discuss. One of the ones I do want to touch, yeah, but I kind of want to have a good amount of panelists and an even amount of panelists of male and female, right? And talking about, you know, the differences in between us and how we can make relationships and things like that better and things like that between, you know, just things like that, and discuss, you know, the differences between us and how we can use those differences to kind of like become stronger in our partnerships and things like that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Big up, everything is everything.
Yo, brethren, respect to you, man. I'm a good thing mature, yeah, man.
Bro, come on, man. I'm joking with you, man.
No, we are yard, man. We're not troll. We card.
Yeah, I
card,
yeah.
yo, man. I card, man. No harm done. More respect to Mr. Riggs, man. Respect.
Oh yeah.
What Mr. Riggs, don't take none of this shit we're going at with these Fakians to mean that we're attacking Nigeria. You know? If we attack Nigeria, we attack ourselves. So I hope you know that, Mr. Riggs.
Why do you think I troll Reggie?
Don't see us going at the Bettys and the Reggies and think it has and the Allos and think it has nothing to do with it, you know, the disrespect for Africa or Nigeria. Just want that as a, because for some reason people get people wrong on in these YouTube street. Just like my my channel. For some reason enough people can't see my channel. So I wonder if a YouTube do it or if a particular channel do it or what. I don't know. But whole heap of people can't see my channel. So
yeah, push the link.
I've been trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, push the link. Push the link sometimes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we heard you, bro. We heard you. We can hear you, bro.
Yeah, man. So we new to this YouTube thing too, you know. So if them block me, more even know. I find out when people say, "Why I can't see EIE channel? I can't see his comments." And I'm like, "Wait,
EIE, can you hear me?"
Shit. So I don't know what the fuck's going on.
EIE, can you hear Mr. Riggs?
No, me can't hear him. You alone, me can't hear. Am I talk?
Yes.
No, am I talk?
Yeah, you're talking.
Yeah, tell him.
Oh, my bad, man. You see, and that's the other thing. It look like me I talk over people, and I can't hear. I never know my talk.
Go on, T. Tell him what.
Just tell him.
Me can't hear him, man. Me can't hear my talk. You want me to jump out and jump back? Me can't hear my talk.
Yeah, try it, bro. I'm here, man. I'll add you back in quick, bro.
Now I was gonna tell him there's a big event that's happening in Trenchtown. Yeah, you can hear me now.
Everything. You there? No, we can't hear him.
The internet don't like him.
Mad, mad.
He probably can hear, but he can't speak.
Mm.
Yeah, man.
Oh, now we can hear you. Can you hear him? Can you hear Mr. Riggs?
It'll break up now. You hear me clear?
Yeah, can you hear me?
That's glad. This damn AT&T to ratted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Pussy glad.
He can't hear.
Terry, can you hear
go
Terry?
And listen. I don't know if you can hear me, but I go and listen. Maybe it come back in.
All right, my brother. Yeah, cool.
So I can't hear nobody now.
All right, brother. Say nothing, man. Mad. So the thing set,
That's
man.
glad.
So the thing set.
Yeah, it does that sometimes on the internet.
Yeah, that's how it goes, man. Long distance thing.
If you use certain things, you might have to reboot because the speaker or the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've come up to the 2-hour mark now.
Just touch it. We can go on a couple more minutes still. But yeah. So EIE. You can't hear me?
Nah, there's something wrong with his line, man.
Yeah, it's a mad thing. Man.
I think the Americans are trying to stop them from speaking.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not on it. They're not on it right now. But yeah, people.
That's glad. We can't hear nobody. Sorry, brethren. I have to go back in that chat. We can't hear now.
All right, man. Big up yourself, brother. Respect. Mad thing. So it goes sometime, man. When the internet's playing around, You get me? Big up, bro, no? How you mean? Big up yourself. Geek Squad and all that. Big up. How you mean? But yeah.
Yeah, on the 28th, I've got like a it's kind of like a fundraising sun splash. You're gonna have all the top artists on the 28th, so I'll be showing it on the Black Eyes TV.
Okay.
On the 28th. So EIE on the 28th, on the Sunday, 28th of February, we're having a big event. We're gonna have people like Kofi, Sean Paul, the Marleys, all that. Raising money for
So y'all go on, yeah?
Yeah, man. I'm in everybody's car park. I don't miss nothing.
Come on, man. Mad thing.
Yeah, nah. That's part of the studying. You have to learn people's cultures. If you don't learn people's cultures, how are you gonna ever know? And that's why I don't even when them not go at Chakra, I don't. What they don't know is the extent of his studying and who he's interacting with. You understand? The more you get to see who he's interacting, you get an understanding of the way he is. You understand? They say, "Oh, but you can't talk about this." But he's talking to someone that lives in Nigeria or lives in Ghana or Cameroon or wherever.
Okay.
Because we have national meetings. So of course, someone from another country is going to talk about what's going on boots on ground.
Mad love, bro, for that, man. Mad love. I literally just, you know what? It's been here, yeah, and I literally didn't really use it much, yeah. I think I put about 4 or 5 videos of fitness on there, and then I just thought, you know what, like Sunday, innit, like a couple hours. I think I've got different topics that I like to talk about and different things, right? So I thought, why not do that, yeah, and facilitate the conversation, innit? So we can all chop it up, right? And come together as people in it and learn from each other, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but may I ask Mr. Riggs something?
Go on, bro.
Can you hear me, Mr. Riggs?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Raheem, look like I forgot to tell him from Mosha. Can he at least hear me?
I can hear you. He can hear you, yeah.
Okay, let me ask him this. If not, all right. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
What is this fixation do he think that they have with Shakara? Isn't it, in my opinion, it's because they know that Shakara is the most informed, is the most
EIE, you
I
have
would
to
say.
pause here. Come here, go on like an interpreter. You have to say it piece by piece. Yeah.
Oh,
So.
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
Oh, you can hear him in it. What I'm talking about? I have to just reply for you. Yeah, go on ahead. Go on ahead. Go on ahead.
So you can't hear me.
Yeah, you can hear.
What
Yeah,
is
yeah,
his honest opinion on this infatuation they have with Shakara, especially the white supremacists? Let me see. I want to know, as a big man, his opinion on it, because there is infatuation that the Bettys, the Reggies, and the Allos have with Shakara, and then there's infatuation that the white supremacists have with Shakara. They're all unique, but what is the driving force behind it, you think?
The unknown. The reason being is, if you ask any of them to do any form of research.
So he said it's the unknown.
Yeah.
And if you ask any of them,
have they done any research on chakra, they will tell you no. Because
go on. If you ask them if they've done any research on chakra, they will tell you no.
Because
is he still talking?
Yeah, he's still talking. Go on, because
the reason is that when someone is speaking something, they're not looking at where it's coming from. They're not even looking at who his father is.
Okay, so you're saying they're not looking at where he's coming from or who his father and his people is, and what kind of sway they hold and what kind of knowledge or even associates they have, right, within the continent of Africa. So I think he feels like they're saying things that are unfounded without actually having the actual knowledge of the guy and what his endeavors have been in the past.
What he stands on.
True thing. For real.
Just bear me a second. I've got to go on for literally 2 minutes, yeah? 1 second. Mr. Riggs, just or EIE, if you check, Mr. Riggs can hear you, and then I'll translate you afterwards, yeah?
I'm bad, rude boy.
Literally 1 minute, brother. 1 minute. 1 minute. Or Mr. Riggs, you go through.
No problem.
Oh, yeah, I can hear Mr. Riggs now. Yeah, Mr. Riggs, can you hear me?
Hear me now.
You see in a strange way they even try you, don't you? And the only thing they can't try you with is the fact that you have a direct connection with the continent. But you and Shakara pretty much do the same works. But you see they try you, but they back off when you hit them with the fact that you are on the continent and you are from. You notice they back off, but they try you.
Yeah, because it's Reggie is a troll, right? But he's trying to prove that he's from the continent, but you don't even hardly go home. and then when he does go home, it's like, you know what? It's like me going to Jamaica, yeah. And every time I go to Jamaica, I'm always in Kingston.
You never go Mandeville, you never go Mobile, you never. So you know the whole. You're dead, but it's like you're not dead.
Exactly.
I know we are talking.
You know what was so deep with Reggie? How you get Reggie is the fact he doesn't know his father's side. He's lacking that, because that's why he says he's Yoruba, but he's not Yoruba. Because his mother's Yoruba.
Well, Virgin, may I tell you, I would never try to tell another man he's not African. I don't know where they come off trying to do that with us, bro. I don't even know what they gain from it. I personally, Mr. Riggs, no feel like me go sit down and just take a second insult after the transatlantic slave trade and have continental Africans now try to tell me I'm not African. That would be like doing worse than what the white man did to me. You see what I'm saying? I wouldn't even dignify it with a freaking argument with one of these folks. That's why sometimes these arguments are so hard for me, because I'm like, really?
Yeah, that's
you know
why.
what I'm saying? I don't need. That is an insult to us to think we have to go through some tests or or because we don't speak any particular African language, or we are somehow, as Betty would say, West Indian. And they use this in the most cheekiest of ways, man. And I'm like, I don't have no ill will against these people, man. Why do they do it? Is it? Are they doing it as like? Do they know what they're doing?
Ask them when's the last time they went home.
Yeah. Man, do you know what the worst thing is? Like in that situation, yeah, like I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird one because I understand it's in the sorry, dupes. It's in the if you go to the description, it should be in fact, let me just click it for you. Let me just send it for you now, man. Maybe I'm moving like an idiot. There you go. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. So when I'm in those, like when I think about those situations, I hear the words, like when I was younger, it used to offend me, right? I used to get taken aback by it, yeah, and be like, oh man, like, you know, etc. But now I'm just like, you know what? You know, like you get thick skin in it, in that sense, and then you just kind of like, in that sense, you just get involved in the foolishness, right, and the back and forth and so on and so forth. But yeah, just it's weird. But I feel like people like Shakira will get it less because he's more in touch and more he's embraced his Africanness more, right? And I don't know if and I'm saying this flippantly, right? And I'm not saying it is the case, but it's just a question out there, right?
Stick up in, Raheem. Stick up in. Stick. Now, what may I call you, Raheem, for? Motion. Stick up in. Let me ask you this.
Go on, bro.
You know what stick up in mean?
Pause. Go on, man.
Let me ask you this. If you live in a certain place, right? Are you from a certain place and somebody who weren't born there come and try to tell you more about... I feel the same way, you know. Yeah, I went to Jamaica the other day as a tourist because I'm here in America and I'm hearing tourists talking about shit that I've never seen in Jamaica.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, shit. And you know why they were able to do it? They came to Jamaica and they were taken on damn tours. Tours that you and I would stay in Jamaica from birth and never go to. You see what I say?
Yeah.
Some go to Jamaica the other day for a week and I go on about 4 excursion brethren and I tell you them tourists that is how they get their knowledge. And the knowledge where them get is called tourism knowledge, where the people on the resorts tell them some rehearsed kumbaya version of the history, just so they wouldn't fuck up the tourist vacation.
No,
yeah.
The craziest thing is when I went to New York, I took American guys to John Henry Clark's house.
Wow.
That's crazy.
They didn't like that, did they?
Bro, and you know the worst thing is, I agree with you, like, because you know, I've been to where I lived out into the West Country, right? I've been to places like the Wiltshire Museum and little things like that, which is a little small museum, bro. Yeah. But you see what you pick up in little places like that, little gems of history and knowledge, right? That you're like, what the hell?
It's like if I come to you and I say to you, where did Marcus Garvey live?
I couldn't tell you, you know.
Me live in Jamaica for years.
No, obviously Jamaica. No, listen.
The first national hero, me don't know where he live.
Bro. Listen, when he said where he lived, I thought he meant like what parish and I didn't think he meant like.
No, I mean in Jamaica. I mean parish. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought he meant parish. That's what I meant.
Me went to school. Me went to Jamaica, and I don't know. I'm not afraid to say it. It's just a fact.
It's motion, right? The funniest thing is, if you go on Targarth Road onto the M4, you're passing his house every time.
Garvey's.
Yep.
For real?
Was it outside of
Jamaica?
Was it just outside of Bath?
He had approximately five properties in alone. He had
didn't Selassie have properties here as well?
Yeah, Marcus Garvey's office is round the corner from West Kensington train station. He had another house in Stamford Hill.
Okay.
No, he had 2, matter of fact, and he had one in South London. And his wife had one in Labatt Grove, where the carnival is. So what I'm trying to say is that because we don't do the research, we don't dig into the facts of things. So we don't. So we're looking at things blind, and because it feels embarrassing to not know, it creates a stigma that who is this person?
The humbling of self is not applied because not only that, nobody can know everything, Mr. Riggs.
No.
Not to be no. So what is going to require is people to humble themselves and then say, okay, make we switch. Mr. Riggs, teach me something. And Mr. Riggs learn something. Me not see that to happen. It's pure egos, Missy, man. Pure egos, Missy. I'm from Africa. You don't. You go learn your and the arguments become so rhetoric and so simplistic and stupid. You don't know your language. You don't know who you. I'm like, man, I've been waiting for somebody to look and. Let me ask you something, Mr. Riggs, and I'm not trying to be provocative right now. Alo is an Igbo, right? Yeah. And I'm asking you this as an African, and I'm not trying to be provocative. Do the Igbos have a culture where that say they are white?
That they say that they're white?
Yes, sir.
No. A true Igbo man will say no.
No, true Igbo man. But the new formed Igbo man who is now a Hebrew says that, right?
Of course. If they try, and this is...
And so you have to know which Hebrew Igbo you're dealing with, right?
Yeah, but listen to this carefully. It's funny that when they started to announce the Hebrew Israelite thing is after the Biafra.
Yes.
Why would they do that?
Land.
Not only that, it's land, it's an alliance. Because at the time of the Biafran War, you know that who was supporting them. Look at the people that were supporting them.
Enlighten me, brother, because I don't know. You could teach me right now.
See what you just what you're touching on, is literally the things we're talking about, right? That education, that foundational education, that people like myself and EIE who can stand here and admit and say, like, there's certain things you're telling, man, that I don't flipping know, bro, and they're things that I would like to know, right? And they're things that I believe maybe I should know some of it, right? And so there's that.
You create that environment motion for learning on your platform and make that be the mantra of your platform. Black people can learn.
No, my aim is for us all to learn, right?
Just allow the bullshit, my brother. When you see the bullshit come on, I don't care who it's coming from, allow it.
No, that's my aim.
If you're in it for the likes, you're gonna want to allow it. But if you're in it for the love, don't expect a lot of views, and you might educate a few. That's all I must say.
Yeah, bro. It's about like-minded people coming in and chop it up, right? And I said this before. I don't really want the distractions in the back.
That's why when I talk, that's why I say I talk history in its facts. And you can't deny a lot of things, because even some of the kings, I can say in Nigeria, they did marry European women. And one of the kings married a Portuguese, but the son, the mixed race son, could not be a king, so he had to make his own empire. In front of the box. But people ain't gonna talk about it.
Me need you to finish about that Igbo thing, though, because me need to know the facts about that.
There's a lot. As I said to you, it's for me. As I said, it's hard or difficult when everyone's shouting or things like that. I can bring out PowerPoints and dates and time. There's so many different kind of things, because there's some people that were even Christian before they even got to the Caribbean.
So, bro, have you got something that we could? Sorry to cut you, man. Go on, carry on, bro. My bad.
No, I was gonna say there's even islands on the coast of Nigeria, Ghana, that the Roman Catholic Church owned, and they would take most of the slaves from the mainland to them islands. And
weren't those called seasoning? Weren't those called the seasoning? Isn't that those were the seasoning islands where they get the slaves acclimated? Something like that.
Yeah, they would, because most of the time, before you could even put someone on agriculture, you got to teach them. You don't just throw them on the island and start to do agriculture. They have to be taught somewhere. And if you understand the system was working before, some of them went to Europe to get educated. That's why when you go to the history of Portugal, you'll find even on the ports of Portugal, you'll find three taps. One for black people, one for the Portuguese, and the third one was the Jews. Because you know you had to have taps to drink water every time you come off land.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yo, welcome. Sorry, quickly, just before you carry on, I just want to big up Jupiter. Welcome, Jupes. Yeah. Done thing. Let these got finished, and then you can ask the question of the day. And there's obviously questions that come from the question of the day as well. Yeah. So just let these two finish and then jump in. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Go ahead, brothers. Go ahead.
Which African country? I was watching a program the other day, and I did some little look up on it. There was a group of women who were so raped into thinking that they were actually Europeans, that they actually start acting like Europeans, Mr. Riggs, and they started taking on the culture, even though they're black, but they're light skinned. And I wanted to bring that up yesterday when I heard that young lady, what's her name, Isabella, just to show what's going on here, because even Jupiter come with this mixed.
Oops, he dropped out.
Oh, it's connecting back up.
People hear the term mixed race, we think something else. Mm-hmm. We think this was a military tactic used against our people, you know. You know that, Mr. Riggs. Taking our women, breeding them, taking the babies, turning them against the whole goddamn community, to the point where these women act and carry out the duties of the Europeans. And they're still right now in, I forgot the country that it was. I wonder if it was the Portuguese or the Germans that were doing it. They had a specific name for these women. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Rick?
It's done on a global thing. It's been test run, even in the times of, even if you look in the films of the Caribbean. And that's why when I used to take jokes at when I take jokes at Torak, in the fact of there was a 3 million women from India spread across the globe, yeah, in forms of after slavery. Can you hear me, Yai?
I apologize, I can't hear again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good, but Mr. Riggs, no.
Okay, so you said about they don't know about the history of is it 3 million Indian women, you said?
Yeah,
no, it was black women. It was black women. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna do my due diligence and pull up the as soon as I can, and I'm gonna bring it up, because it was so weird to see these women walking around. They only marry the white men, and they carry out they treat the native people who they're from, who they are a part of, like crap. But because they've been so indoctrinated through the stress of rape and colonialism, these women don't even see themselves as part of the culture no more.
Can I ask you a question?
Like European.
Can I ask you a question?
They wear European clothes. Go ahead.
What would this topic be called? So, for example, say I said to you, right, I'm kind of conscious of being on the topic, yeah, and obviously this is education, and I believe is part of it, right? So I don't mind it going into it too much. But obviously, because we got a topic, yeah, I would like to dedicate this conversation, yeah, to at least half the show next week, right? So
migration in the past.
Yeah, the migration in the past and things like that, and the migration after slavery or particular people went through slaveries, because we could chop it up about every culture and every race in that aspect, right?
Brother, you need to do a topic on this mixed race issue thing, man. That would be a topic and a half.
Yeah, well, we could start there. What do you want to talk? Go on.
What is mixed race?
I'll write it down. And I'll think of the best way to pose the questions, right? And we can have a conversation about it. That's the only way to do it. It's the best way to do it, right?
Yeah.
So, EIE, can I ask you a question?
Is the child making the decision which direction to go makes them mixed race? Because if they say they're black, they're black. If they say they're white, they're not white. They're not white, but they just claim they're not black. You see the point?
Yeah.
Can you
all right, I'm gonna do that.
All right, bro. He's had to go out and come back in, Jupes.
Oh, okay.
I think he can hear though, so you can ask the question still.
Well, no, what I wanted to say is, as much as all that history has gone before and it's tragic and awful and disgusting, I mean, there's nothing worse than rape for any woman. Can they not? Can people not see that in today's world it's a choice?
What do you mean? What's the choice? What?
Well, people like myself and my husband who have had
Oh,
mixed race,
yeah. I'm talking about mixing race and stuff like that.
and it's a totally different scenario.
Mm.
And judge us based on what's gone on 200 years before.
But I think
it's not fair.
Because of the topic we were hitting today, Dupes, yeah. And Terry and I, to be fair, it was Terry and I for the most part chopping up, right? But we were both kind of in agreement that, all right, we might talk about mixed race, okay, but we also feel it's important not only to teach the good, but also talk about maybe the atrocities that may have happened at the inception of race mixing in certain places, so that people are aware, right, of certain things. And I think it's quite important, right, so that people can understand that actually they were judged or treated a certain way for them being mixed race from either side. And I think that's something that, I guess, in the interest of education, right, and being thorough with the education, I believe, and you're entitled to disagree, I believe something like that would be very good to kind of like put out there and people to understand the history and the things that have happened to mixed race people over time.
Yeah.
Street struck.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Street Struck's what he says is very fair, and I think that's how my mixed race children would see it, the same as Street Struck. But they're both. They don't deny their black side and they don't deny their white side, and in a lot of cases, it's always people that have not race mixed that want to tell people that have race mixed or people in interracial relationships why they're in their relationships. It's not actually the people that are in those relationships that get to speak, and when they do, they get told.
All right.
So
can you hear me? No respect.
So like that's why I mentioned migration, because when we talk about migration, everybody falls into that category, because when we start to come together, these are the things that will happen. Two people will come together, they will like themselves, and they will have their children. It happened in Russia, it happened in the past, but you got to remember, in other races, once a new race comes, there's always going to be a slight stigma.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think most people that race mix, like myself and my husband, we're well aware that there's going to be people in society that don't like it, on both sides. But what we find happens a lot is that you will get black people who say it's the white people who don't want us, and we'll get white people who say it's black people who don't want us and don't agree with what we're doing, when in fact it's from both sides. And then they will try and put the history on us to make us feel emotionally guilty for being in love with each other, as if we're supposed to carry the burdens of everybody else, when that's not. We're not living in those times. Things have progressed.
But Jupiter, the problem is that those that are not giving you the true history of understanding of what's going on at that time will give you a different version of it. But if we look at the overall factors, what were happening at that time and what's happening even to today's world. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Depending on.
Let me give you an example of what I mean, so you can answer me properly.
Let him finish quickly, please. Go on.
All I'm just going to say is that if a mixed race child is brought around a lot more black,
on YouTube,
a lot more black people, then there's the possibility he may not like his European side, and if he's more on the European side or European circle, he may not like the black side. But if you have the family that are both in conjunction and in agreement, then there's a different ball game totally.
Well, yes and no. I think at some point it becomes down to each individual, right, and what they choose to embrace. So, for example, I know many mixed race people that predominantly been with white mothers, right, and some of them are in relationships and live with their fathers. Some of them live with their mothers, right, and have the mother side of the family around them for the most part. Okay, but those they still do very, very much resonate with their black side, right? Because there's a whole culture that's been made popular, right? Popular culture was taken over by kind of a street culture, right? And that's not what's become now popular culture. Do you get what I'm saying? And so in that aspect, because of that, people tended to feel like they were still, I guess, bouncing on that side.
Yeah, because sometimes it's difficult when they have a choice and one side of the choice is not being taught to them. So of course they're gonna gravitate to what they know.
Or what's popular.
Yeah. But if you have both parents and both parents give the same situation, then it becomes the child's choice of how they want to see things.
Yeah. But do you know what? I'd maintain that's with any parenting, because I said this. I think I put a question before about on Vellies about children having both parents and the balance I believe it provides, having male and female energy to give to either a male or female child, right? I believe it provides a balance where they get to be able to understand the emotional side and the logical side from both parents on any given circumstance, because we all know on any given day a man's going to be more emotional and deal with things more emotionally, and on any given day a woman's going to be more emotional and in certain situations, right? And so it enables them to have the balance to be able to see the difference between the emotion and the logical, right, in any given situation, in my opinion. If both parents are level-headed and rounded, obviously that's got to be something that's got to take into consideration.
So what I would say is that you're right, it does come down to the individual, and every individual's or couple's relationship is different, and therefore every family is different, and every mixed race child will be slightly different. But what I was trying to allude to, Terry, is, let me give you an example. Me and Hector, we're together because we fell in love, we love each other, we like each other's characters, and we balance with each other. And despite what people assume they know about our family, they don't really know that much. We are very well loved on the black side as much as the white side, and we are involved in both cultures. So but what we tend to get, and what I've seen on these channels, and it is quite strange that it is very concentrated on these channels, is that we tend to get people that assume that Hector is with me because he doesn't respect his own race or is insecure about his own race, when it's far from the truth. And those are the kind of assumptions that you find interracial couples get all the time. And it's far from the truth. And then you get people with politics trying to use us as an example for their own political gains.
Again, gender. Yeah, I think that's... Go on, bro.
I was going to say, but don't you find that is a judgment of what they receive of your character online?
No, I think, to be fair, I think some people...
Because they don't know... Not everyone knows what Jupiter and Hector does behind the scenes.
I do think there's an element of people trolling because they dislike her stance on certain things, but I also do think there's an element of people actually believing that too. I do.
But that's what I'm trying to say. You're only judging something or information that you know. You can't judge something that you don't know. So what if they're understanding, they're going to make some absurd character in it.
Yeah, but Terry, let me put it this way, okay? I can't speak for every other mixed race couple online, okay? But I can speak from our experience. The minute that we turned up and people realised that Hector had a white wife, okay, the whole status changed towards him. There was a lot of animosity. They made preconceived ideas. They put them out there, and they've created a false narrative. And then every time I've tried to engage, or Hector's tried to engage, it's always ended up in rows, because rather than people actually listening, they want to tell us what we are.
So do you find that was initial response on on that side was that you got a resistance that you felt like there was initial resistance, but that it kind of relaxed over time.
Yeah, I think the resistance is still there. Actually, I think there's still people that propagate stuff that's not true. I think also they didn't have, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but I don't think they'd really engaged with that many true Africans. So when Hector came on and was trying to speak, the way that Africans are very direct and they say a lot of words. To understand an African mindset, an African man, from my opinion, and Terry might disagree, but let me just say this: they take the gravity of words very, very seriously, but when they speak, the emotion is not put into the words. Okay, so where Hector's from, Nigeria, they speak very loudly. It comes across very blunt to British ears, and sometimes what they say can sound harsh, even though it's not meant harshly. And because they hadn't had that many interactions with actually full-blown Africans, they took his words the wrong way, mistranslated it, and instead of getting into a proper conversation, they went straight for the insults. And then when they found out he had a white wife, they assumed that was the reason why he was like that, rather than the fact that actually it's his culture.
Then would you say someone that comes from, let's look at it in the other stream, someone from Jamaica, that is very strong, understanding his culture in Jamaica and what Jamaica is about, and then he brings a white wife, how do you think people will react?
Well, I would hope that they wouldn't make any judgment from it. I would hope that they would have the intelligence to at least get to know the people before you make judgments.
But you see, this is the funniest thing. Motion.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. You understand Marcus Garvey's son?
Understand Marcus Garvey's song? Did you say
the one that passed away recently?
Oh yeah, go on. What about him?
Who's he married to?
I'm not sure, you know.
He's married to a white woman. And the amount of stigma that he got
I could imagine.
Massive.
Yeah, I could imagine. Being the son of Marcus Garvey as well.
Exactly. So when they see Hector, they really put Hector as a true African, and they're putting him on a high pedestal. They're not expecting him to have a white woman.
Yeah, don't get angry. I'm engaging.
Hector, I'm talking on good side of you. I'm not talking negative.
Yo, big up Hector. Well, go on, brother.
Jamaicans, not even Nigerians, Jamaicans.
No, Hector.
And this is the, right. So this is the problem.
I was taking a piss, bro. People that don't even know where Africa is telling me how to live my life.
You see, and this is where the problem starts.
Yeah.
And yet I will get the blame for it, but he's talking from his own.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say to you. People will make judgments. They'll make judgments on Hector because that's how these people feel. They feel they can make judgments. But Hector knows what he's doing, and Hector's living his life. He's doing what he needs to do. That's it.
You see, the way Hector sees it, right? And he's here. If I'm wrong, Hector, interject. But the way he sees it is very much. Reggie made a point the other day, and everybody ridiculed him and didn't understand the point. They made it into something else. But what he was actually saying is that the mindset of a Jamaican and the mindset of an African are different. They're not denying that they're connected genetically at some point, but through the eons of time, their mindsets are different, and it's because of their experiences.
I don't know. Do you know the funniest thing is? Me going back home to Nigeria, right? And me going to Jamaica, right? And seeing the people over there. The only difference is the accent.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's not as much as you think. There's not, and I think if you if you use the stereotypical Jamaican, you could say that categorically there's a difference in mindset, right? But if you went to your average, you know, Jamaican, your normal Jamaican that's not classified as a yardie and will not accept you calling them a yardie, will tell you I'm not a yardie, I'm a Jamaican, right? If you was to speak and sit with those kind of ones, you probably find that they're not that dissimilar in mannerisms, actions, the way they speak, the nature they speak, the expressive nature in which they speak, and so on and so forth. There is
the loudness, the whole thing.
There is definitely some I see that. I see this is why I believe there's a hatred between the two sometimes, because I believe we are family, right? That's what I've always believed. We are family. And the reason we like each other sometimes is because we see ourselves in each other.
Yeah, so I don't think it's hatred, and I think you're going straight on the defensive without investigating what we actually mean. So let me, because I'm not trying to offend anyone. Let me try and explain.
No, Jules, we're not offending. Conversation, love.
I've not been to Jamaica, right? But I have been to Nigeria. So you may find that people living in Jamaica are very similar to Africans on the continent. And it might be what you might find is that Jamaican British are different to Africans, because when you see the mindset over in Nigeria, just like everywhere else in the world, there are going to be some people that are prejudiced, right? You can get tribalism, which is very similar to racism and colorism, but in the main, they're not bothered if you mix. In the main, so you'll get a smaller group that are bothered, and then in the main, the ones that don't. Now, when it comes to what's happening online, okay, you've got a real big political agenda of some people trying to blame, say, white supremacy and all this business of the past is still here today, etc., etc. Okay. Now, I don't want to get involved in that, but part of that is saying that black women are being treated as inferior even in today's world, i.e., within the beauty industry. Okay. Now, me personally, I don't know any white woman, right? No matter whether they're married to a white man or a black man, whatever, that has ever said that black women are ugly. I don't think they go around, or white men for that matter, apart from racist ones, and they will be in the minute amount of this country. Most people know that there's beauty in all races.
But then you got to ask yourself the question: when it comes to the beauty industry, depending on how high it is, who dominates the beauty industry? And what
you have to think about where it is though, then T, because you got to remember in Asia, Asians dominate the beauty industry, right? In Africa, Africans dominate the beauty industry. So maybe they have their own desires of what they class. So again, in some Asian countries, they desire light skin over dark skin, right? But either way, Asians, I think the problem that's happened with West Indians and people from the diaspora, right, is that for a long time we felt like we've not had somebody that represents us, right, in these areas in terms of beauty and different things like that, right? And I think what Jupiter's saying is right. It has become more inclusive, right, and people are becoming more and more in there. But then also with that is there has seemingly been, even those that probably wouldn't voice a discontent about mixed race couples, they are voicing discontent about things that they don't relate to on TV, i.e. a family that's not my color. Do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
So you can still see that kind of thing where people still want to see things that they can relate to, you know.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
I see that as a problem of these channels, and I'm going to tell you why. Because when people are speaking on these channels, they're all coming from the extreme, most of them. Okay, so you've got extreme white people with their extreme views, and then you've got extreme black people with their extreme views, etc., in every group. So when you're hearing people on here, on these channels, saying, "Oh, they take offence at the Christmas adverts because there's a black family," most people in mainstream, including myself, think, "Why? Why would you care there's a black family?" Right? But because it's on these channels, most people think that they represent the whole white race, and it's not true. So What you're actually arguing with are the extremities, and I've seen it on both sides. To be fair,
Mm.
you know,
There is, but I can say this though. So with each and it's funny because there's levels, right, of the extremities, because you can see some extremities are born out of literally just ignorance, right, and actually no actual interaction, no experience, no nothing, right, and then you've got, so I can say this, right, there's older generation in my family, right, that I'd say what the things that I've heard them say is out of, because they've lived through a certain time, right, they end up with in a position of distrust, right? So where they come from is a position of distrust as opposed to racism. Do you get what I'm saying?
yeah,
And I guess from the outside, it's difficult to see and understand which one is which, right? As I guess for you as a white lady, if you was to hear maybe something like my grandmother may have said, you probably think, oh my gosh, she's absolutely racist, right? No, if she spoke to you one-to-one and so on and so forth, she speak to a certain way, but she's coming from a generation where she suffered a lot of stuff, right? And so she has a level of trust that is not there, and that's, you know, that sometimes can be confused between the two, which is, yeah, it's a sad thing really, because we need to have more time to understand each other and where we're all coming from, right? It's the
yeah.
only way.
I would totally agree with you, and I would say that that happens on the other side as well. When they look at white people that say certain things, they automatically go straight to the racism card, not realizing that the people don't even realize that it's coming across racist.
Mm.
You know, I mean, and not only that, some people will take offense at banter and some people won't.
Mm.
So for me, I don't.
Jupiter, 1 second. Can I just interject
Yeah,
real quick?
Yeah, go on.
I don't want to speak over anyone, and I see that I can't hear everyone. May I just interject to Jupiter right now?
Yeah, go on, bro.
Can you hear me, Motion?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, I can hear too. I can hear. Go on.
I want Jupiter to consider the fact that she is the extreme that she's talking about. She cannot perpetrate this, oh, I'm the middle ground. You're not going to do that, Jupiter. Jupiter, us black folks who are not fooled by you know that you are the extreme. You present yourself in our midst all the time on purpose for a reason, Jupiter. It's as if it's a joke now. If we open a black channel, you can expect Jupiter in 2.5 seconds. You do that, Jupiter. It's as if it's a game to you. So you're not going to perpetrate as if you are the middle ground and you are this white woman who just have black kids, mixed kids, and they're free to choose. You're not going to define our culture, Jupiter. And we see you as one of the biggest problem, and people like you as one of the biggest problem in our community. You are the extreme, Jupiter. And I see you as a bigger threat than El Rondo.
So can you explain why she's
I do.
Describe how the Nigerian community lives or how the African community lives. The Jamaican community.
I apologize if I spoke over someone. I can't hear everybody.
It's okay for you to home in on one person and say, oh, you're part of the problem. When you have you Jamaicans and Caribbeans dictating how Africans will live, yeah, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Hector, you need to come closer, bro, because we can't hear everything, man.
No, I don't want to, because I'm just going to get madder and madder, to be honest.
Hector.
Because the fact is that the hypocrisy I hear here. Listen to this guy talking. Oh, we're not going to have you. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do it. Then, what right do you Jamaicans think you have for you to dictate how Africa is wrong? Why? Because my cousin was what he said it was. It ain't going to happen, mate. It ain't going to happen.
Hector.
Jamaicans are not going to dictate to Africans, especially Nigerians, how to live their life.
And Hector,
the only thing that binds us together is the fact that we have the same colored skin.
Hector, I agree with you. We shouldn't be trying to dictate to everybody how to live their lives. I totally agree with you, yeah. But literally, we're trying to keep it. We're trying to keep it civil, yeah. So let's just keep it civil, like a little bit, yeah. But I understand your passion, bro, and I respect your passion totally, yeah. But we're just trying to keep it on a civil level. 1 second before anyone goes, yeah. Big up Chemo in the chat, yeah.
Okay.
Big up my brother, and big up Ayo. Big up yourself, brother.
Okay.
Much love.
My father, can I respond to what EIE said? So I want to tell EIE how that makes me feel as a mother of mixed race children and married to a black man. So effectively, what you're saying is that I'm not equal to a black woman. that my love for my husband is not equal to a black woman's love for her husband.
Not just that, I'm not even equal to a black man.
And that, and that my husband is not equal to a black man, any other black man. That's what we're hearing. What we're also hearing is that you think that our marriage is not as valid as any other person's marriage. And so actually it's him that has the extreme view and not us.
So can I ask you a question though? So go on, okay, sorry, my bad. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, now I go on to white panels as well as black panels, okay? And I don't feel that I should be ostracized from black panels just because I'm white.
Because you're white, you come to black channel.
That's racism.
What the fuck?
So let's just have this here right now in it. Like in my description, right, it says it's open to all, and that stands right until you be an absolute dick, right, and jeopardize what I feel as learning, right. That's it, right, and that's it for us to be better as people, to learn, and to be able to put ideas together, and all of us learn from each other, right? So
black channel, you can't come to like a white channel. You are a black person, you can't come to a white channel.
See,
what would you say?
I know. Yeah, he's tricky.
Oh.
It's all right. He's saying if a white person said to a black person they couldn't come to the channel, what would you people be saying?
I don't think he's saying you can't come to the channel, though, to be fair. I don't think he's saying that. I think he just says that he sees you as a threat. What I was trying to do was try to ask him exactly what he sees as a threat, right?
Can anyone hear me? It's me and AT&T again.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't think you can hear us.
Yeah, I think everyone can hear.
Let me just say to you, Jupiter, I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm telling you this from the perspective of my culture. And you have to realize that my culture have been dealing with the history of white women and their behavior in our community for a long time, Jupiter. We were raised in a certain way, understanding a certain things. And what we see you doing, Jupiter, is as if you're trying to redefine again what blackness is. It's as if you had the privilege because you marry a black man and you have kids that are not classified as whites. They came from you, but they're not classified as whites, Jupiter.
Okay.
You are using that, in my opinion, and you're British. You're very bold. We know the behavior of British people. British will know that you don't want them in your house and still walk up in your house. That's the tendency of British people. They're very bold, they're very disrespectful, and they're very polite with their disrespect. We know the history of the British people, Jupiter. We've been dealing with British people for a long time. And
okay,
Jupiter, you know that when most of the times when you enter a room, most of the people are just uncomfortable with it, and you still don't care. You are one of those British white people who don't give a damn about what black people think, what they're going through, or what they have to say. So you come and you force feed your narrative on them, and it can be very insulting.
Okay, so EIE, number one.
Yes.
You say that you feel uncomfortable when I come into the room. Why?
Not me, because I know what you're doing. I'm saying most people, because when they hear you got to understand that our community. Go ahead, Jupiter, because I don't want this. I want this to be some understanding.
Yeah. So explain to me what you think I'm doing.
What I think you're doing, Jupiter, I think you pretty much doing you. You have the privilege to do you. And that's what I'm saying. You're a white British woman, and you have the privilege to do certain things that is just a product of the history of the colonial past. So you're able to go into a Nigerian's family, and when they see a white woman, and you be honest, Jupiter, when they see you, how do they act when they see you, Jupiter? Even though they might be a little tentative, do they show you any disrespect, Jupiter? Do they? They don't do that.
No, and my family
they show you. They actually show you more respect than other black people, don't they, Jupiter? Be honest.
No.
That is your own fucking belief.
No.
Why should they? Why should they? Why should they? Because somebody like you think that's what happens. You see, this is what we're saying.
Hector, this is just a conversation, Hector. Can we just have a conversation, Hector? All right. Hector, I'm speaking to you as an African Jamaican on the context of slavery in the African context in Jamaica and the Caribbean. I know that Nigerians are different. And I'm saying to you, when you bring home that white wife, Hector, what was the response?
Response was normal. What kind of response were you expecting? The response was normal.
The rolling of the eyes, the not understanding your culture and history, the understanding that you have now
asked the question, and I've asked you a follow-up question. What response?
Just one at a time, though. One at a time, though. Yeah, please. One at a time.
Repeat that, because you broke up.
What response did you think they were expecting? Or what response were you thinking they were going to give to my wife?
A typical response that a black family would give when a child bring home a white person. Which is the understanding that you just brought master's baby into the family.
So you, somebody that I've never met, just because we're both blacks, you're not telling me how my family.
I'm not telling you anything, Hector. I remember I was trying to gain understanding. Let's not go off here. I was trying to gain understanding, Hector. I was trying to gain understanding. I was not telling you anything.
In your understanding, I answered the question. The reception was normal. You said no, that the reception was opposite.
No,
they brought massa.
Hear me, Hector. I was asking you, and I was saying I was a bit shocked that you said it was normal.
Yeah.
Why are you shocked that it was normal?
Because I'm wondering if that's the true response, Hector, because we're black people, Hector, and I know that they will smile in the white person's face because
you give me what the rest.
Hector, you're gonna have a conversation, Hector.
I'm having a conversation.
I don't want you to be upset and be mad, Hector. Let's just talk.
I'm not upset, neither am I mad. I'm saying if you say the response was not what it was, like as I said, what was it?
It means, what do you expect? What
Hector,
did you expect?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they were very polite to her because that's the nature of African people. But inside, they were disappointed at you, Hector.
His brother's also married to a white woman.
No, let me finish this. You see, this is what I'm saying. Why did you have to even tell him? Because loudmouth like this, they jump online, coming, I'm from the United States. You don't even know.
Well, enlighten me, Hector. If your parents...
Hold on, I'm enlightening you, but you're telling me I'm wrong. So what enlightenment do you want me to give to you? When I'm telling you what I'm telling you, you're telling me no. You're telling me the opposite.
Were you on here earlier when Mr. Riggs said that Hector, let's talk. Were you on here earlier when Mr. Riggs said the young man, the king who married the white woman, had to create his own nation? Is that what you're doing, Hector? Creating your own nation?
But bro.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you know who Adam Oshomole is?
Who what?
Adam Oshomole, an individual called Adam Oshomole. Have you heard of him?
No, but by the first name Adam, I can. You said
hold on. He was just the past governor of a state in Edo State in Nigeria, and is married to a white woman. So, are you telling me Oshomole, who happened to be a top, in fact, the first citizen of that state, was married to a white woman because he wanted to create his own nation, just like you're telling me? Was that the reason?
I'm saying, I'm going by the reference that another African brother told me a minute ago.
Again,
in African culture, if you marry a white woman, it's not unheard of. But if you do, there's other consequences. I'm saying that maybe that's what happened. Maybe because he knew he could. Because look. This is natural selection, Hector. I'm a scientific person, Hector. This is natural selection. If you choose to marry a person, it's one thing, but then there's culture. There's natural selection. What you choose, then there's the culture, Hector.
You're stretching this argument. I've got football to watch. I'm asking you a simple question. What consequences?
The consequences is in the culture. You're saying that you can marry a white woman in Africa and there's no consequences. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. Since I don't know, and you know better than me, you know better than me.
I don't know better than you, Hector. Stop making that claim. I am not knowing better than you, Hector. I'm learning.
Or when I
Let's
told
not
you,
say that, Hector.
no, but
That is
hence,
learning.
hold on. When I told you, you asked me a question, what was the reception? I said the reception was normal. You turned around and said that cannot be.
Right. And then you
Exactly.
gave an example of a governor.
Yes,
You
that
think
is just
because
one
his
example.
status
There are
is higher,
numerous.
and the fact that does the fact that his status is higher make it any different that he married a white woman? Do you think the culture still approves of it?
Listen, like as I said, every culture, every tribe, as far as Nigeria is concerned, is different. You're not going to say there's a blanket reaction to family A who lives down the road.
I accept that, Hector. I accept
Exactly.
that. I accept that.
So from what I'm gathering is, according to what you're saying, is like is a
Right.
blanket, whatever
No, Hector. No. I'm not putting no blanket, nothing on a
So
diverse continent as Africa. No. I'm saying, but even though it's not blanket, there's certain things that are constant, Hector. Would you agree?
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't ask somebody that's from a specific tribe or a specific region to comment on, number one, the rest of the land called Nigeria, number one, and number two, anything outside of the people he's introduced his wife to. Now he can only answer that, in my opinion, from his experience, and his experience is it was a normal reaction.
I disagree. I disagree. I think the tribes know the tendency of the other tribes around them. I disagree.
Okay, but the point I'm saying to you is this: you asked him about the reaction he got. You didn't ask him about the reaction anybody else has got. You asked him about the reaction.
I am challenging. I'm pushing him on that. The reaction he got could be just, I'm saying I'm not accepting his answer. He gave it to me, right? It's his answer. I'm saying, me personally, and the little information I know, and the little information I got from dealing with other Africans, I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm saying when it happens, just like Mr. Riggs said, there's consequence. Either you go start another tribe, either you're ostracized from the family. I'm saying there are things that happen. Is it a business arrangement marriage? There are a lot of things that happen in Africa that once you understand what it was, though, then you can say, that's what it was. But you can't tell me that there's an African culture that says, you go out, black young man, and go find a white woman and bring her back home. Is there such a culture? Maybe they didn't hear me.
So you're saying, is there a culture where they're saying go and pick up a woman from a European nation and bring her home and call her your wife? There probably isn't, no, but there's probably no culture in the world that told you to go and do that with other people, right? You probably not find that anywhere you go.
Yeah, they do. They do. In India, they do. Somebody in the chat talking like they're mixed Indian. In India, they do encourage that.
Do they?
In the Indian Dalits culture, they do encourage that.
Yeah, but you can't equate Indians to Nigerians.
Literally, that's one culture. Literally, one culture in the whole world. One culture. Because you see, in Eastern Europe, they mix with each other for the most part, and very few go outside of their race, full stop, let alone their culture, right? And then you've got other places like Hispanics, for the most part, they stay amongst each other. And these are not you could say they're unwritten rules, but they're not rules for people to live by. So it's got, any reaction you get is going to be based on, number one, like your people, right? Who you are, what kind of people you're around, right? If your people are quite liberal and don't mind and are happy to take people for who they are, right, then you're gonna get people that are gonna be like, okay, cool, nice to meet you, you know. And then you're gonna get some people like some of my elders that would be untrusting and be like, yo, just take time and so on and so forth. But they'll say, you know what, as long as you're happy, right? And then you'll get some that will say, no, I'm not like that, I'm against that, right? You're gonna get all different degrees, but you're gonna get that in all cultures.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Accept that emotion. Accept that. But what happens when the person who marries into your culture start redefining your culture now?
Okay, so that's the second thing I wanted to ask you, EIE. So how am I redefining your culture?
You push this colorism and mixed race thing like it's a religion without understanding the context of it, Jupiter. You do.
So how
it's as if you totally disregard the British use of soldiers who went out as single men and set upon native people and raped the piss out of their women create these and you use this mixed race thing as if you don't realize. That's like dealing with a German person who don't understand that, look, you can't say certain things around Jewish people, but you say certain things around us with reckless abandonment. And it's as if you don't understand that we who are in the culture hear you, and we're like, that's a white woman, a white woman, a vagrant white woman from Europe who's trying to redefine our culture.
Right. So
because you have to admit it, Jupiter, your husband came to Europe, picked up a typical white woman. When she goes back to Africa, she loves the treatment she gets in Africa. Just by being married to you, the treatment she gets in Africa pales in comparison to in Europe. She's just another white woman. In Africa, she's treated with respect. Am I lying, Jupiter? Am I lying, Jupiter?
Hold on. So can you tell me
Jupiter,
the treatment?
aren't you treated with respect in Africa?
Hold on. Can you tell me the treatment, like respecting somebody? You respect somebody regardless of their color, creed, or race.
It's a respect that is deservingly, because it's left over from the colonial days where black people just see white people as better. Hector.
Seriously?
Yes, Hector.
Has he ever
There's
been
that
to Nigeria?
problem that our culture is still dealing with. When this white woman from England show up with her uppity self, her upturned nose, and she has her proper English language, she intimidates the locals. And she makes you, she's like a shiny object on your arm, Hector. And she knows what she's doing.
What you just said there is an insult to all the local Nigerian women, to all the black women that reside in Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, is an insult to them. It's an insult to my mother, and it's an insult to my sisters who are black. You understand me? That statement there is an insult.
And you know what?
Have a nice day.
I was about to interject in that point because I did feel like the way you was going, it started to seem like you was potentially offending and belittling in some ways and downplaying the confidence and the pride of the women in a country called Nigeria, right? So
I'm not. I'm saying that there is vestiges of white supremacy left over.
Bro, have just one single swipe, insulted the whole Nigerian women, insulted the mate. You know what? Go on.
EIE, you have to, and I implore you to, even though it's not your intention, and you say that's not your intention, right? And I can take it as that because I'm one of them people, right? That's what you say, so I'm going to take it as that, right? But you have to, in my opinion, you have to kind of look at and listen to what you said and think about what you said and understand how it could come across as downplaying, like I said, those elements of the black women in the country called Nigeria, right? And I think if you do look back
at
it,
his opinion, Motion. That's his opinion. I'm telling you that white European people go to Africa and talk down to black people and use the prestige and the trappings of the old former colonial empire.
What are you talking about?
To act snobby to black people in Africa, the Caribbean, and anywhere they go.
Are there white Jamaica? Are there whites in the Caribbean that are married to Caribbean women? They're indigents.
They do the same thing.
Oh,
it's not unique to Nigeria.
So if because you've brought
that's
it down,
how I'm able to know it, Hector.
That's what I'm saying. Because you've brought it down to this level, and I'm going to go on that same line that you brought it to. If the Caribbean women, if they feel within themselves, if they see a white man, they feel oppressed, they feel negative sense of belonging towards themselves, mate, then you stick with those people. Don't bring it to Nigeria's door, because Nigerian women, they don't see themselves as such. That's all I'm saying. So you're not going to use what goes on in Jamaica or in the Caribbean as a major as a yardstick to measure other countries where black people reside all over the world. I'm not talking about America.
What would make a person get spit on and then dance?
Can we just wait a second? Can I wait a second? Look, I'll be honest with you, I did say this, and I said this from earlier, that I didn't kind of want this kind of conversation to go, and especially not to go on for so long, right? And I believe we've hit a point, right, where people have taken offense by what was said, and I can understand where that offense is taken, right? And my understanding of Hector is Before I had less understanding of him, and I thought he just used to come on aggressive and shouty, right? But he's a man of his culture, right? And he speaks in the way the people of his culture do when he's passionate, right? So, excuse me. What I will say is, at the minute, I can hear a clear offense being taken, right? And so because of that, I'm gonna just ask for us to leave it there. And Jupiter, the question of the day, if you don't mind, could we just hit on that subject for now, please? Yeah. So people like Urban and other people that haven't been in the chat and been listening can hear your opinion. I mean, I've given mine, but yeah, I'm very, very keen for this to not continue and kind of go into depravity and stuff like that, please. And Hector, yeah, I understand yes how you feel and the sentiment you're trying to put out, bro. And yeah, that's that.
May I respectfully say something? Go ahead, Jupiter, if you want to go ahead.
He said,
May I respectfully say, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so to answer the question of the day, I'd like to see mindfulness brought into schools. So more breathing exercise and more meditation, I think.
Could we elaborate on that mindfulness though? Not so much the mindfulness itself, but could we make mindfulness potentially into, for example, assertive speaking, how to deal with high emotional situations, conflict resolution, negotiation,
all of the,
you know what I'm saying? As well as, because that's all for me, mindfulness is all encompassing, right? And Terry and I were speaking earlier, and I did say it would be good to break down each element of maybe the main subject, right? So a little small minor subject off of that main subject that we could probably incorporate over the 5 years of, like, for example, secondary school or what they call high school in America. Do you know what I'm saying? And then Terry brought up about financial training and financial skills from maybe the age of 9-10, when children get to understand, not so much understand, but they're more aware of monitor what money is and the value of it, and actually trading and exchanging and things like that.
Yeah, I think that would be brilliant. Yeah, it would be brilliant.
Is there anything? Any other things? Because we've had maybe, like, go back to a few people actually said they would like to see the training schemes back in again, and more apprenticeships where young people learn trades and things like that. Because this is one of the things, right? It's strange because when we talk about immigration, right, this was something that got hit quite hard by immigration, right? Was the trades, right? And it's surprising that at some point, I mean, that there's billion pounds and million pound construction companies and firms, right? And it'd be pretty easy for them to take on, apprentices and all different kinds of things, right? And because then they're taking an apprentice for 16 hours a week, for example, they get funded by the government anyway, right? They have someone training, and they have them training from a young age, right? So by the time of 2021, that person not only has contributed to his business and its growth, but is then able to then potentially buy a house, start their own business, all of the above, or one or two of the above, right? To then build himself for the future, right? Because he's then going to build his own reputation, and so on and so forth. So we're looking at things like that. I mean, Urban, I'm going to just put your thing up so that we can all see. So we can all address Urban's point, yeah? Many Philly people have an issue with things like sex education, but truth is there's lots of parents that aren't capable of teaching these things for whatever reason.
Yeah. So that's why I would agree with sex education, but I don't agree with the new changes they've brought in. So I don't think that children should be taught about masturbation, etc.
No, I don't agree with that either. I totally, yeah.
But I do think that...
Why not? Why not? Why a child should know about their body?
Because the main reason why I don't agree with it, I believe that it breeds a loophole for people that are perverse, and it should be down to the parents. So they should be taught about sex education. They should be able to be taught the consequences of having sex, maybe producing a child, or having sex too early. You could damage yourself internally, etc., 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 and STDs. But I don't believe that we need to be telling them how to touch themselves and what it feels like and describing what it feels like.
No. People have been touching themselves spontaneously and since evolution. It's what you're teaching a child is what they're doing and not to do. What you're doing, touching yourself is not only pleasurable, so you find out if something wrong with you. You understand? And from what I understand, teaching honest and good sexual classes is teaching a child how to know their body, what to not allow, what to allow, what feels right, what don't feel right, and they can't do that without touching themselves.
Can we say that? Are you in agreement though that there's probably an age for that?
Look, man, what a child do once the bathroom is closed, and then that's on their business. That's their private business. If they come and tell you and say, "Mommy and Daddy, I did this or did that," then you start the classes.
That's what
then
I'm trying to say.
telling them about the body.
That's the point I'm saying to you. There's an age and there's a time, right? So there's a time your child's
going. Each child mature differently. Because girls mature faster, boys mature at a different time. So it varies.
Bro, that's why I said there's an age and a time, right? Because I'd say for you, for example, you have to put the two in conjunction, right? So you've got, for example, a 3-year-old, right? Might ask you,
oh, that's way too early.
But this is what I'm trying to say to you. So she might ask you, what's that, right? Or she might ask her mum, what's this, right? So for
mum, a 3-year-old talk to you about that, she might be getting molested.
Yeah, please listen. It's not about, bro. Listen, your missus never got in the bath with her children, bro.
Yes,
exactly.
I did too.
So this is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
so if you listen, then let me understood, right? So the point I'm saying to you is there's a time and an age. So at 3 years old, yeah, the time is to say that's mummy's nunny or that's mummy's piggy, or you understand what I'm saying to you? You don't play it in that, you don't have it in that level, right? You don't be like, oh, that's my clitoris and so on and so forth, right? You don't do that. That's why I say there's a time and an age. There's levels to what you teach them, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. But EIE is talking from a normal parental perspective. I don't like the new things that they've done, EIE, because what they're doing is they're teaching the children from a much earlier age. And if you look at the syllabus and the lesson plans, you will see that actually there is room for it to be. It's weird. Some of the lesson plans are weird, and they have been on the other channels and they have gone into it quite deeply, such as asking children, what does it feel like when you're tickled in certain areas? I don't understand why they're asking them the kind of things.
Maybe they're trying to find out if they're being abused.
Maybe.
Because if a 5-year-old tells me it feels good to be tickled in the crotch, that's a clear sign of abuse. You don't think so?
Yeah.
Or exploration on their own, right? But what you'd need to be doing is what you'd need to be doing is ascertaining how you'd need to be ascertaining how they discovered that, right? So it would be, how do you know that, right? So it'd be, how do you know that such and such showed me, or I was doing such and such and I touched this by accident.
And then that person needs to be brought in.
Yeah, so there's levels, right? So yes, it could you're right. There could be a level where that questioning could expose potential abuse to. You're right, to be fair, you're right. But then again, like Jupiter says, it's a sticky one, right? Because it could also promote it, right? Amongst people, right? It's a very, very sticky one. And that's why I say there's a time. And this is why us as parents as well, we need to be more I'd say in some aspects relaxed about these subjects, to be able to
do you know what I would like to see happen? When they do the sex education, that parents are permitted to come into the lessons.
Oh yeah.
Or
especially in this for cultural reasons too.
But why are we relying on the schools to do it? Why is the foundation of that not built from
Jupiter?
Home?
Let me tell you why they probably don't allow parents. I'm sorry.
Things like that.
I think they don't allow parents in because they want to see if. I'm sorry. They want to see if kids are being abused at home.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I do understand that, EIE. I do understand that, but I do think that that some of it can be misinterpreted, and I also think it leaves an avid look. We've all seen in the recent press just how many of these teachers end up having affairs with their pupils, women as well as men, by the way.
Yeah.
And I just think adding this into it is not a good thing when it's not being monitored. I would like to see parents being allowed to go along with their children for these specific classes.
You know, the worst thing is, I think all that needs to be done, is there to be, and I don't know if there is, right? We can always check it out, right, and get back to it, right? But in my opinion, right, I think what could just be done or added to whatever's being taught is this: a fundamental. If anybody does this to you or does this to you in that way, you must, you know what I'm saying? This is categorically wrong.
Yeah, that is what you tell your children, isn't it? You do it gradually as they get older, you know.
No, but I'm talking about the schools within the schools, right? And again, we can't, because none of us ain't in the school system, right? I don't think, right? So we can't. I would have liked to guess how they're teaching it, right? And on the surface, it does sound concerning if they're going to teach a child 3-4 years old about something, right? But at the same time, I can see the point of it actually could be preventative measure also. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, it's important. I think before we can categorically say, we need to kind of have a look at what's going on and what's being taught, how it's been taught, and what they're being taught about potential wrongdoers. Do you get what I'm saying? Animals, should I say?
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, if they're not allowing parents in, then I do believe that it should be monitored. And if you haven't got somebody else in there, then you should have every lesson should be recorded in case any claims of abuse come along later, that you can, because there are a hell of a lot of school teachers now that have involved themselves with pupils, abused their positions, and it's these positions of abuse that I'm worried about.
Another important aspect of this is, who are these counselors? Because the wrong counselor can create problems for the wrong household. I've seen in America here where there are people who have no business being counselors, being left as judge and jury for families that are already victims of these people. I'm saying if you have the wrong counselor, it can create.
Oh, God.
Damn. Oh, damn. Oh, he's back. He's back.
Interests of kids taken care of, and not trying to destroy families, but trying to protect kids, because things can be construed in a certain way, because kids can be can be spiteful too. Kids can say that happened because they didn't get their chance to go do what they want to do, and create problems for families too. So it's a very, very, very touchy topic, and it takes people who care and really want to find out the truth to really do it right. That's my opinion.
Yeah. See, and I also don't agree with the transgenders going in and reading stories to 3-year-olds. I don't agree with that either. I think it's wrong. I also don't agree with mothers being able to go into school and say, Julie's not sure if he wants to be Johnny, and on some days he wants to be called Johnny while he explores his gender, and all the other children in the class are supposed to just accept this and understand that and go along with this sort of like mindset, which is crazy. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with allowing the children, if they're born a boy, to be going in dressing as a girl at the age of 6 and people accepting that as normal. So yeah, I would say I'm quite conservative in those sort of views, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah. So what other subjects?
I'll tell you what I would like brought back: competitive sports. Winners and losers. I think they've done an immense amount of damage by telling everybody that they're all winners when they're not all winners, because some people can't understand losing. And I think, and it's led to a lot of people thinking that they're entitled to everything when they're not. You have to work hard for some things.
No, true.
Can you hear me, Jupiter? Can you hear me, Jupiter?
Yeah. Go on.
I don't want you to think I'm badgering you, okay? There's certain words I think that, and this is just me now, so Motion, don't attack me for attacking your guest. I just think Europeans should stay away from certain words, and entitled is one of them. I honestly believe so. You are the most entitled person on this planet.
Yeah,
and I think when I hear you use those words again, I go into my blackity black self, and I'm like, oh, trigger words. And I'm like, why would Europeans use a word like entitled? When you wake up and just by the fact of being pale skinned, you're winning. That's the epitome of entitledness. I am not badgering you, Jupiter. I just find it ironic, and I'm just putting it out there. And that's why you probably think I'm badgering you. I'm not. It's as if you set yourself up by using these words, and I'm like, I have to respond.
Okay.
You see my point?
So let me respond to what you've just said.
Yes.
What I see, EIE, is a man that's still carrying all the burdens of things that have happened from years before, okay, and projecting it onto all white people of today. You assume that you know the character of all white people, and not all white people are the same. And when we talk about entitlement, there are many working class or underprivileged white people that have got no ties to slavery at all. Okay, in fact, they've probably got more ties to being enslaved, or from orphanages, or from such a lower class standard that they've never been looked as equal in some societies further back in our history. And I find it sad that you believe that there should be discrimination in the language. People should be allowed to speak and use the language in its fullest sense, or everybody equally. Because I believe that you're not above me, but I'm not above you. But I don't believe you're below me, and I'm certainly not below you.
Yes. And I'm telling you that I don't believe stuff. I know that when I go get a job and I'm in a room with a young man who's white and he's not dressed, he's not informed, he's not educated as me, he's going to get that job over me. It's happened numerous times in this country. I can tell you when I'm driving down the street, and regardless if a white man is poor or not, I'm more likely, even in my suit, gonna get pulled over more than him. I'm telling you, if that what can I finish? I respectfully, I can tell you, if that white man who is struggling, just by the mere fact of him wanting to succeed, get up off his ass in this system of white supremacy and say, look, I'm gonna go get a job. I promise you there would be no white unemployment, because he would get a job. So you cannot blame us for the laziness of white people in the system of white supremacy who just don't want to achieve. Okay, you can't blame us for that. So please don't tell us about poor white people in the system of white supremacy who are not making it. Those people are just particularly sorry, because if there's a system that's advantage you at the expense of others and you're not making it, you're just particularly a sorry sack of shit. Okay? But I'm telling you that I get up and I have to work harder than the average white person to get meager earnings, or even less than that white person. I don't know what you're talking about, Jupiter. You seem to be talking honestly from your experience, but I'd rather say that rather than name you as being purple, I'd rather say you're just uninformed. Okay. Maybe you haven't looked into it enough.
So let me respond to that. Okay. Firstly, I take my husband's African name. I have done for 20 years. I apply for jobs, and I have had a career. I've had a 20-year career, even though people think I've sat on my ass all my life. And for those that criticise who I am today and say, oh, Hector just walked into the country, picked up a fat white woman, and for privileges, it doesn't know anything about me. Like I said, they don't know anything about Hector. Actually, I was a size 10 when I met him, by the way. So with a very flat ass, you know, having a lot of children changes your figure, especially in middle age. And I'm an old lady. I'm not a young lady. I don't pretend that I'm in competition with young girls. So that's for the audience members. But let me get back to EIE. When you go for a job, okay, in this country, we have progressed so far that actually we have got positive discrimination going on, and it shouldn't be happening. Okay. So if they need a quota of so many black individuals, actually the black man will get the job over the white man if they need to fill that quota. That's one area. Number two, because there is a majority white population, there are bound to always be white people at the bottom. Not necessarily because they're not hardworking, but just because of the amount of white people that there are. Now, earlier on, you wanted to talk about mixed race being a buffer class. Have you ever thought for 1 minute that the government might be using black people as a buffer class? I mean, I don't look through those eyes. I don't see that. What I see.
Who are we buffering from?
What I see is working class at the bottom, from all colours, being treated abhorrently. That's what I see. When I think of black people, I don't think of cleaners or toilet cleaners like some people on these channels do. When I think of black people, I think of lawyers, solicitors, doctors, bus drivers, nurses, chemists, neurosciences. I think that
Jupiter, stick up in. 1 second, Jupiter. I don't see things that 1 second, Jupiter.
All over the place, and they are equal.
Your husband sounds like a very intelligent man. I can bet he didn't clean toilets in Nigeria. I know doctors in Jamaica who come to America and cut lawn because of just the way the education system is set up. I don't know if in Nigeria they have the British system and Mr. Hector has to retrain himself when he comes to England, but I can guarantee you the intelligence that I hear from Mr. Hector, I'm promising you that I don't think he sounds like one of those Nigerians who came to, and maybe I'm speaking again for out of turn, out of not knowing. Mr. Hector, what kind of job did you have in Nigeria, sir? Weren't you sound like a professional man in Nigeria?
Hector is talking to you. Do you want to answer? Babes, he's talking to you. He's watching.
And the point I'm making is that there's no shame in cleaning bathrooms. Don't make it seem like, Jupiter, I'm a person who is ashamed of people who clean bathrooms. Not one bit. I know many people from the Caribbean who used to be doctors, who used to be people who have good education in the Caribbean, but when they come up here, rather than going through the process of relearning in the system, they just take another job.
Mm-hmm.
It might be demeaning, but guess what? It pays the bills. So I don't look down on Hector in any way, shape, or form. I respect the fact that he brings home a paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
That's not
so,
me.
Let me just correct something. Hector's not a toilet cleaner. People made that up.
I don't care if he do. It wouldn't matter to me.
I would agree with you. I would say that rather than disrespecting people at the bottom, I actually look at them and I think, wow, that person who cleans that toilets gets up every day and goes and does that demeaning job. I actually think that gives them more brownie points in my life than anything else, whether they're black or white. So I don't look down on people like you think I do. Unfortunately, people have decided what my position is because of my skin color. They've placed me there, and then they argue with their own imagination.
No, maybe it's the words that you use, Jupiter. Maybe it's people's experience in life and then compounded by the words that you use. And maybe that's what's causing you all this heat. I'm not saying that you should adjust yourself for the pleasure of no one. I'm just saying be aware that if you get, and then you make it seem as if our experience is null and void. And the reason why we're critiquing you is because we are the extreme or the, no, we are people who live this life. There's nothing wrong with you being married to Hector. Hector is your husband, not my father. Not, I don't care what you and Hector do. What I do care about is when I hear you trying to redefine the culture I'm from.
So I've never ever spoken on Jamaican culture, ever.
No, you've spoken on Black culture. I don't believe that there's a Jamaican, because a Jamaican is a Nigerian, a Benin, a Togoan, a Jamaican is nothing but an African. So I'm saying, when I hear you talk about Africa, period, although Hector is offended when I defend my Africanness, I would love to learn from Hector how his culture do it. But I also hear Mr. Riggs and I hear other Africans, and I'm saying, I have a good understanding of what African culture is.
So what I would say to that, EIE, is
oh, you broke up. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I cut myself off. So what I would say to that, EIE, is that because I'm married to Hector, okay, earlier on you said that would a white woman understand the culture? Would she even care, etc., etc., etc.? Well, because I'm married to Hector, I have bothered learning about the culture. I do embrace the culture when I'm amongst people of that culture. When I go to Nigerian dues, I don't see myself as a white person. Other people see the whiteness, I don't see it, because obviously I'm looking outward, not towards me. And so I fit in. I don't feel that I'm excluded or anything like that. We quite often go to Nigerian parties, large Nigerian parties. I know many Nigerian people, and I even know Jamaican people. Actually, I do know Jamaicans, and I know one of Hector's wives has got one of Hector's friends has got a wife from the Caribbean.
You were almost messed up. You said one of Hector's.
No, in fact, yeah, two of what do you call it? Two of them.
I was about to say, Hector, you old scoundrel.
Right? But
I was about to say, Hector, you old scoundrel. 2 wives.
No, he hasn't got another wife. So, I do embrace the culture, and that is why I talk often on Nigeria. It's not because I'm trying to put people down that have not been there or have not experienced it or anything like that. It's because I am embraced in it and immersed in it. And to me, that's how a wife should be, because he is immersed in the white culture and, well, I say white culture, British culture. He's immersed in the British culture. He understands British people.
Respectfully, Jupiter, do Hector jump on white panels and try to define what Italian and a Polish person marrying and having kids are? Do Hector jump on a European platform and try to tell Europeans? I mean, do Hector do the equivalent of what you're doing? Respectfully.
Yes. So he will go. I don't know if you've ever been over onto Wendy Woo's. Quite often, he will come on and he will tell people, especially the racist whites from mainland Europe, who think they understand what Britishness is. He will tell them, you don't understand what Britishness is, and there's a different mindset. Yeah, he will. Yeah, and he has the right to.
All right. Part two's over. On the two cantankerous man. We talk cantankerous brethren. The easiest skin man. With that
your motion. You have to go back to Jamaica for about 6 months to the start. You can't come bloods as label Jamaican people as hostile in a brethren. Here Jupiter herself told you. Her Italian friends shout too, bruh. Her Italian friends shout. So don't make it look like because Jamaicans shout we're uncivilized or
come on, man. You know I'm rapping with you, man. Cause I know you know what it means, so I know so I can drop it out there. You get what I'm saying?
Dog, the passion is in the culture, man. Jamaican people would talk loud, man. It's just how we are, dog. We're passionate people, man.
I know, man.
We're not gonna hurt nobody unnecessarily because unless nobody bother we're not like that, man. We talk passionately because it come from the soul, my brother.
No, I hear you, brother. Listen, man. I'm not against anyone having their opinion and people challenging it and people putting their opinion to people. I'm not against that. I'm all for that. Do you understand? I just think also, when this conversation is not going anywhere. Well, not going anywhere, but I don't think Jupiter's ever gonna have your stance, and I don't think you're ever gonna have Jupiter's stance, right? And so,
but it makes hell of a content, though.
It can do. Yeah, it can do. It can do still, but yeah, it can.
No, but the thing is, there's no. I mean, Jupiter should know by now. There's no nice way to have this conversation.
Yeah, to be honest, EIE, it doesn't. The conversation doesn't frighten me, and I don't mind when it's like this. Even when you're putting your silly subliminals in. It's when people are just screaming and shouting like a banshee and not actually getting anywhere that I just think, what's the point? I'm not here to insult anyone, even though they think it. Not at all.
Just for the record, Hector married you, and as long as Hector is happy, that's all that matters. I didn't marry you, Jupiter.
Of course.
As long as you're happy, you're happy with Hector. All I'm saying is when I hear you say certain things, I reserve the right to vigorously be on the opposite side of what you're trying to say and not be seen as extreme. This is my culture. And I have an understanding of certain things. Other Black people might have an understanding. And yes, they give their own opinions, but I'm telling you, I'm a certain age, and when you're of a certain age, and that's why I like dealing with people like Terry and people who have a certain age, because they say wisdom sometimes is better than education, and wisdom just comes from living long enough. That's why you value your old people.
So EIE, I totally agree.
And you old enough, Jupiter, to know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about too.
Listen,
there are things that changed over the decades. I apologize.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I totally agree with you that you're not married to me, and therefore you would have a different outlook. I agree with that. But this is also part of the problem. When people come and they tell us how we are in our marriage when they don't know, or how we should be in our marriage when it's none of their business, or telling Hector what he should do for the community, I shouldn't be treated any different to any other wife within the group. And if people feel that I should be, then it's them that has a problem, not me.
That's the thing, Jupiter. I'm telling you, that's the thing. All right. What you just said is a mouthful. I'm saying, yes, there are people in our community who do suffer from the vestiges of white supremacy and from lack of confidence, Jupiter. Any Black person, I'm not one of them, but I know it's there in my community. I've seen Black folks come, and when they meet white people, all of a sudden, I'm telling you, I come from a culture of good Christian Black folks. When they see white folks, they will show them the most respect. And the respect is seen as, oh, he's subservient to me, and oh, I should now belittle this person. I see it all the time.
Yeah.
So I am saying to myself, okay, since I know this phenomenon happens in my culture, and I see Black people showing way too much reverence to white people undeservingly, when I hear certain things coming from white folks, I'm like, okay, I'm not one of those kiss-ass Black folks, and I'm defending it shit. Do you see my point?
Well, I think that depends on the character. I mean, the career that I had, I worked with mainly Black people anyway. All my bosses were Black, even the area manager, operations manager, all Black. I did progress through the ranks, but so did other Black people. I didn't progress at any faster a speed than any of my colleagues who joined the company with me. In fact, many of them went up the ladder much quicker. So I'm used to being able to see black people as my equal. I have a husband who's black. That's not an issue for me. What's an issue for me is when black people can't see me as their equal.
That's the vestige of colonialism, Jupiter.
No, it's not.
And you know, that's what I'm saying. The older ones you meet act different than the younger ones, don't they? The younger ones act as if it's not even existent. I mean, like racism, because that's what I noticed, that whenever we have these conversations, I notice they always go to our kids. Our kids are already underinformed about who they are and their culture, okay, and what the history is. And so the white supremacists and the slick people who want to make this narrative will go to the younger ones and say, the young kids don't even see themselves as this or see themselves. Of course, the young kids don't even know what the hell their culture is or who what their ancestors had to go through. So of course, if you don't know, and that's the problem, they don't know because they weren't taught.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe.
You don't believe that there's a big gap of black kids not knowing their history, and so they're out there defenseless against white supremacy and thinking they're equal. I don't know about England, but in America, every black child at a certain age has to be taught. When you are walking with your white friends and you see them doing stupid shit, don't follow them. Because when the police come, they're going to be sent home. Your ass going to be in jail. Do they teach that in Great Britain, Jupiter?
No, not as far as I know. They don't.
In America, they do. There's this thing called the talk that you have with your kids in America, black kids in America.
Right. So I've got white children and mixed race children. What I would tell all my children is just stay out of trouble. By doing that, Jupiter. Full stop. So if they've got white friends that are doing shit or black friends that are doing shit, I would equally be telling them.
Work for the black ones.
I don't mind you talking to these kids, but I don't want you hanging around.
Can you hear me?
All right, come on. Shifa, Wagwan, big up yourself, bro.
Hello.
What's going on, John? Man, we got 10 minutes, yeah. We got like 11 minutes, yeah. Shifa's not touched the question of the day. I did like to give him platform to do so. Yeah, and we're gonna finish off on the question of the day, please. Yeah, so we're gonna come off this subject.
Okay, I'm gonna drop out now anyway. So thank you for having me on.
No, I respect you, bro. Thanks for coming on, man.
That's all right.
Cool.
All right, motion, you in effect. All right.
Yeah, man. So, the question of the day, man. So what subject would you like to see taught in mainstream schooling?
To be fair, a good subject that I think needs to be taught is economics. Like, and not just economics, like understanding money, how it works, understanding the use of it, understanding different ways of making it, understanding stock market shares, understanding cryptocurrencies. I think a subject in something like this would be imperative to, especially our community, the darker skin community, because we don't get this kind of training in our schools. And I think that, even with me now, like right now, obviously, I just launched my website, I'm doing my music or whatever. But these are some of the subjects that I want to be tackling with my music. I don't want to be talking about gang and girls with big bums and foolishness. I want to talk about actual things that is going to actually help people to progress. And I think that these are the things that, when we were growing up, like listening to the music I was listening to growing up, there was a lot of inspiring music that was pushing you to educate yourself, to know something better than what you knew before, or to make yourself into a better person. And I think that, with those kind of subjects in schools, that's what it's going to do. It's going to force the kids to be something better. They're not going to come out of school and think, I'm going to go on road and do nothing. They're going to think, I'm going to go and buy me some stocks and some shares and some crypto and I'm going to make some money. rather than, you know, doing all the illegal activities that have been, you know, going on previously in the community. So, you know, that's my input on that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oza.
Yeah, have you got any music videos I can put on my entertainment channel?
I do, you know.
You have everything in it. You see a curve, Terry.
Yeah. If you go on to
I'm about highlighting people, you know, giving people their shine. That's what I'm always been about. And this is
if
what
you go,
to understand. I'm not in about the back and forth stuff. I could talk about it, but it really and truly is enlightening our people, not putting our people down.
Yeah, 100%. And if you go onto YouTube, if you go on Panero's Mind's channel, I got one of my videos up on his channel.
I'll put the link in the back chat, and I'll put the link of the entertainment channel in the back chat.
Yeah, and I'll put the link for my website as well. So if everyone is listening
Schiffer?
at home,
Yeah.
What go on, Schiffer?
What go on, my brother? You good?
Yeah, man, you're good, man. You're good. Yo, brethren.
Yo,
stay strong, you know. Whether I make fuck we go on, you know. Brethren, stay strong, you know.
I told you I'm doing a big hitter. I told you.
Nobody know your walk until they walk in your shoes. Just not they make the YouTube shit get to you, brethren. Stay the fuck strong.
Brother. Me, I hear it still, and what I'm saying to you is like right now, what I done, I took a little break from YouTube because, like I said, I've been building my website and doing some other positive activities. You know, I'm trying to get involved in some community works with some of my owner people in the community, and you know, put people on to make sure everyone's eating right during this Corona period. But you know, it's not just YouTube that's going on in man's life, but big up everyone in the YouTube world coming soon land back on a long-term basis. But right now, it's just, there's so much going on. I can't really be putting too much time into it at this moment, if that makes sense. But to his Life Lovers channel today, I have to show my face in the car. It's my dog.
Come on, G. Mad respect.
Yeah, man.
Mm.
Yeah, man. Much respect
on what you were talking about before,
live your life, man.
Can I say something on what you were talking about before? Because I think you was making a very good point here, and I think that, you know, we as black people here, we need to understand something. We don't govern ourselves, innit? Even in our own countries, we're still being governed by someone else. So, you know, how can things ever be equal when, you know, our culture isn't treated equally? They don't make the rules based on our culture. Okay. You know, they don't even let us make our own rules based on our culture. We have to fully integrate into theirs. Otherwise, we get demonized. And I think that, you know, until we have an equality in society where, you know, our culture can be just as respected as their culture, you know, I don't think things will ever be equal. Like, you got to think how much things, especially as a black man, how much things we're giving away or giving up by becoming more integrated with their culture and not sticking to our own. You know, for instance, the rights over our children, X, Y, Z. You know, if you go into certain Muslim countries and certain African countries, you know, the rules are going to be different. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Because a man's going to have more rights. But when you come into Western society, it's like they've got their way of doing things and they're trying to do this new world order and enforce it on everyone. And I don't think that creates an equality. I think that kind of dumbs us down into being more and more like them, where you look at the kids now, they're not like the black people of before. They're becoming more and more like white people. Let's be honest.
Yeah, because then, you know the funniest thing is because they don't come out of their perimeters. And when it's like, even when I even mention Africa, like if you go to Ghana, there is different set of people making their own parameters. So you can go to Ghana and you have a Hebrew Israelite community. You go to certain parts of Ghana, you see an African community. Then you see like a British Ghanaian community. Or you get, you know, we're able to do these things, but because we're not traveling to seeing these things, we get secluded in this box. And if you're going to stay in this culture over here, it's difficult to not embrace that culture because it's in our face.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that, man. You're right, and it's what you know as well. Because if you don't even know, if you've never been home to your own country, your own background, you're only gonna know what you know, innit?
Exactly.
100%. 100%, man. I think it's very important that we tackle these issues for the youth, them, and get them more inclined to, you know, being like their ancestors and being like, you know, the people, their peers that they're seeing in front of them. Because, you know, being like your peers, there is perks to it. Don't get me wrong. And sometimes you need to be able to keep up with your peers to be able to compete. But to an extent, you know, have we lost our way? Have we lost who we were? Have we subjugated ourselves into doing all sorts of things that we would have seen as taboo? We would have seen as, nah, we're not part of that. That's dirty. That's dark. That's nasty.
Can I ask you though, what aspects of your culture do you feel that have, like, that you experienced from younger? Do you feel that you don't incorporate in your life today?
I'll give you an example. Yeah. Me and my girl was driving yesterday, listening to the radio. I turned off the radio. I started playing some tunes. I started going through some old albums, and I said, "Raw, it's crazy how much things have changed." Like, if you think in the 90s, 2000s even, we were listening to tunes like a man them would listen to tunes and know tunes like love song that's got nice words, where man would sing to the girl and man loved the girl, you know, like that. Like Cisco and them man there. Yeah. Now don't get me wrong, he still had funk song and them kind of freaky deaky songs going on, but there was a lot more love in the music. And we was happy to sing along to it. We all knew the words. Nowadays it's just gunman business.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Even if you listen to the love you listen to, it's more on ganging up on women and being more aggressive.
Yeah, and the other part of it is you have to understand that there's been, I spoke about this before, there's been over time the male role models, or the male people, that the male artists that have been put to the forefront, they've, in time, people don't, well, they obviously do realize, they must realize, right, because I realize it, that those male role models, like, say, for example, 50 Cent back in the day and so on and so forth, right, they were the men that young women aspired to be with, right, or be with men like 50, right? So now on the streets, when that converts to reality, what happens is the young women want a young man like 50, right? But the youth man them now realize, shit, I have to be like 50, right? To get these girls, right? And then that changes now, because then you get, say, a woman comes in and she's like, well, boy, you gotta lick my neck, my back, my this and my crack, right? Now, the other boys are looking at it now saying, well, boy, if I want to get a girl like that, I got to do this, right? And so gradually over time, the role models have promoted more and more behaviors that don't go hand in hand with you know, relationships or being in love and things like that. And it's only people with kind of what you call old school values. And to be fair, you still get them in a lot of rural areas, young people with old school values, even though they do listen to that music. But that tends to be because they have a very strong mother-father upbringing, and so they see that, right? And so it's a learned behavior for them.
But Motion, you know, it's something though. As you said, a lot of girls will look up to 50, but don't you find today, instead of girls looking up to 50, want to become 50?
That's the other. Well, no, it's not like they want to become 50. It's that there's been the Cardis and the Minajes.
I'm talking about like physically, but the aura of 50, that aggression, that mentality, that maneuver, the mentality of 50.
I kind of agree with that, still.
And that makes a guy trying to be competitive with this person that's coming with that aggression. It's not easy. It's like you're competing with the next man.
Yeah, but you have to understand that Little Kims and Foxies and that were there before 50, right?
They're lightweight to the girls now. Little Kims,
they're lightweight, but you have to understand they started off a movement within hip hop of independence and laying down demands on the men. You have to understand that, right? Like Little Kim and Foxy especially, they put the demands down on the men, especially Little Kim.
Yeah, but they're part of the problem in the sense of, think about it like this, as black people, yeah, for the longest time, yeah, we've been making. Don't get me wrong, we make music that's inspiring. We make loving music, all of that. But there's a lot of music coming out, especially the hip hop and certain brands of the music, where we love to do a lot of putting each other down. We love to tear each other down, you know, as black people. And I think that, you know, when we look at it like what my brother MA just said, yeah, in the sense of man wanting to be like 50. The reason they're going to want to be like 50 is because, you know, previously, if you was like the nerdy dude, or, you know, you're just a good guy, you just got a normal job, you're just normal, you might end up getting robbed or jacked or worse, or treated a certain way because you're just being normal. You feel what I'm trying to say? And I think that these are some of the issues where, you know, the industry itself here, they know what they're doing, you know? They don't promote these white boys the same way. You don't, like, when you see these white boys on the TV when we was growing up, what we'd be seeing is, what's it, bop, 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 and them thing there. Like, they ain't on no type of crud. But when you get to the black ones, they're always on crud. They're always warring with each other. They're always putting each other down. This one's a this one's a that. This one's a waste man. This one's broke. Rather than trying to rise each other up. And I think it definitely does take a toll on our psyche, and, you know, get implemented into the community, how we deal with each other, how we talk to each other, you know. So yeah, I definitely agree with MA on that still. I'm not really, I'm trying to get away from that lifestyle myself and that way of thinking. But I do understand that, you know, there's a time for everything in it. Sometimes a person needs to look at themselves. Sometimes, you know, a person's breath might stink. You might have to tell them your breath stink, in it, but not all the time, constant. Sometimes, you know, people become sexual, you know, people do sexual things, but not everything has to be sexual and gunman, and there's way too much.
All right, Pete, listen, I gotta wrap it up.
The Jamaican.
I gotta wrap it up, bro. Sorry, I have to mute you quickly. Let me just wrap it up. Yeah, time's up, brother. I'm sorry. But if you see the banner at the bottom, yeah, look at the title, bro. Time up, yeah. Next week, music and role models on trial. Yeah. Misguiding the youth, question mark. Yeah.
On trial, yeah?
You heard. You heard. Yeah. So if you guys wanna, if all of those that are for, against, gather your arguments. Obviously, I'm gonna put my questions out there, right? But next week, 2 p.m. You know the damn thing. You got what I'm saying? I ain't even naming it nothing. It's just life, love, innit? You know where we're going, innit? It's just that, innit? Yeah. I just want to shout out the man them in the chat and the woman them in the chat. Big up Street Struck, Stu. Big up Joy. Come on, don't run.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, bro. We're wrapping up, bro. We're wrapping up.
You wouldn't let him just finish his statement before we wrap up?
Bumba blow. It might go take 20 minutes, man. Go on, EIE.
No, that's 20 minutes.
No, go on, EIE. Go on. EIE.
Yo, everything is everything.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go on.
No, me I say, me as a yard man, I appreciate it all. You know. The problem is when they say too much of one thing good for nothing. When one thing become too overly representative, that's the problem. Because right now, me I see too much skin out, and me not see enough culture.
Yeah.
We don't have no problem with skinning out, bro. Yeah. Skinning out is something where it have its place. But me need to see the culture, me need to see the lovers rock, me need to see the positivity, me need to see all of that, because it's a balance thing.
Yeah. We are touched by next
and another thing, me just feel said too much of the one thing too much are going right now. And it overbear the culture and I get too much ammunition to people who want just see the culture as one thing. So me I say, when you and I know so the culture is way more complex than that, and it have many branches to the tree.
You know, Motion for next week. You have to ask the man them, when's the last time they wine a girl in a dance?
Oh Lord. And you come with that question. But anyway, let me finish off. Big up, Victor.
Used to lean in on a real dance, Bridget.
Yo, EIE.
Bamboo fence used to lean, you know.
Can you hear everyone, bro? I don't want to mute you. I'm trying to wrap up, man. Anyway, big up IE, man. Yeah, Ayo, big up yourself.
Then time the a woman when you got dance, a woman used to tell a man, yo, I'm on my period tonight. No wine. Trust me. Trust me. Yo, me actually me old enough to come from the days there. Cause no man no want wine up on no pad. Me no want be so disgusting or nothing. But I saw culture come from. Girls used to say, no, I'm on my period tonight. I can't dance.
Yeah, everything.
Because they know say I pay grinding I go on.
Yeah,
everything is everything.
I'll close the show. He's closing the show.
Yeah, he's closing. We heard you though. Big up Motion. Big up cuz.
Yeah, big up Victor, Ayo, Street Struck, big up yourself. Big up Stu Urban, big up brother. Joy, my sister, big up yourself. Victor, again. I mean, big up Veli, yeah, for the share, my brother, yeah. Big up yourself. Big up MSN, Brona, big up yourself as well. Yeah, everyone that's come on. Natty, big up yourself as well, bro. I don't know if your reception was mash up, but yeah. Yes, Demi, big up yourself as well. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but big up yourself. Gurdeep, ain't seen you much in there, but big up yourself as well, yeah. Big up yourself, people, yeah. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for taking part, yeah. Next week, see the thing on the bottom, yeah. Music on trial, yeah. Role models, yeah. What we doing? You get what I'm saying, yeah. So next week, 2 o'clock, people, yeah. Click that like button on the way out, people, yeah. Blessed. Have a blessed Sunday, man. Peace out.
Yeah, don't forget shifferdon.com.
Shifferdon.com, yeah, for your
Hey, Shiffer, quickly put your link to the video in the back chat.
Hold on 1 second.
You done it?
Yeah, you can close the show, Motion.
All right, cool. Say nothing. All right, peace out, people.